Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, our partners in Heritage Management. Welcome to Heritage Resources Management Coordination Seminar. This morning takes the last day of the series of seminars that we have had this week as SARA. So thank you for availing yourselves. We do have a very, I think, engaging program for today. And without any further ado, if I can introduce myself, I am Mama Gomureng Mkhasele Sawana. Within SARA, I'm the executive responsible for Heritage Resources Management. And sitting with me here, it is my CEO, Advocate Lungisa Malgas, and Mr. Simpiwe Mome, Head of Legal at SARA, and our Company Secretary. Thank you all. I will be your Program Director for this seminar. And without any further ado, I would like our CEO to welcome you and open this seminar this morning. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Gomi. Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone at home and everywhere you are watching this seminar this morning. All protocol observed. The South African Heritage Resources Agency thanks you for joining us for our Heritage Month seminar series for 2021. We want to extend a big thank you to all our partner institutions and the members of our heritage community in South Africa for participating in this very exciting program. This week, we had a very rich and highly informative Heritage Month program. Allow me to give a summary of the wonderful sessions that we had. On Monday, we had our APM unit. APM is Archaeology, Paleontology, and Meteorites unit, discussing their exciting outreach activities and conservation projects. They also looked at critical areas of conservation management in APM, such as their permitting policies. This was followed by SARA Maritimes and Underwater Cultural Heritage Unit, MARCH, that discussed their future projects, including the Floatsam and the Jetsam project with the City of Cape Town and Iziko. They also looked at the 2019 REC Resources Permitting Policy and Guideline. On Tuesday, we had SARA's Built Environment Unit discussing crucial areas of interest in the heritage landscape, such as the declaration of District 6 and Langa Township. They also, on the 2020 guidelines and guidelines for permitting, as well as the best practices in conservation of the built environment. They were joined by their esteemed guest and friend of SARA, Dr. Pallav Kumar from CPUT, who we thank for his lovely presentation. This was followed by a session from our Burial Grounds and Graves BGG unit, as they spoke to a range of important issues, including the impacts of forced removals, the BGG permitting policy, and the memorialization of our liberation struggle icons. Yesterday, we had our Heritage Objects Unit, HOU, exploring the status of conservation of movable heritage objects, including the policies on exports, specifically declared objects and collections, as well as their alienation policy. They were also joined by a heritage stalwart, Prof. Siraj Rasool, who delivered a powerful message to the audience. Finally, we had our National Inventory Unit, NIU, engaging with Section 39 of the NARA National Heritage Resources Act number 25 of 1999, as well as the importance of primary databases of heritage resources. They also had exciting presentations on the future of SARIS. SARIS is our South African Heritage Resources Information System and their current projects, which brings us to our session today. As you may know, SARA is actively coordinating the management of our heritage resources with our strategic partners, both locally and internationally. While COVID-19 has brought unprecedented challenges to the world, we have found in this crisis an opportunity to expand our strategic network by inviting our partners to engage with us to unlock key areas of mutual interest in heritage conservation management. We hope you engage with us robustly today, as this session is for our partner network. I thank you.
Thank you, CEO. Thank you. Colleagues and our partners in heritage, our program this morning is really going to focus on the coordination. Hence, the CEO says it's about our network and our partnerships. So we are going to provide you, and you're going to have presentations, 2 presentations to provide us with the legislative frameworks, one focusing specifically on our legislation, and the other will focus on the national policies that our mother department has been working on and have finalized. And then we will have sort of setting a scene really in terms of our needs as far as our partnerships are concerned. This will be provided by our various, the managers, the teams that you have met, very brief presentations, really engaging you on what the needs are in various areas within SARA. And we will provide you then with a report on the national audit of monuments, statues, and memorials. This is a report of a project that we undertook early this year, and we finished at the end of April. That presentation will be offered by the National Inventory Unit. Thereafter, we will be engaging in a panel discussions through our esteemed panelists who really, we are grateful that they have accepted the invitation to participate. If I can introduce them to you, we have within that panel Mr. MJ Serekwani. Mr. Serekwani is within SARA, the chairperson of the Heritage Resources Management Committee of Council. He is also the chairperson of the Free State Provincial Heritage Authority, and we are grateful that he will be participating in this. We also have Dr. Mxolisi Pamuka, the CEO of AMAFA KwaZulu-Natal and the Research Institute. We also have Mr. Kwezi Mpumulwana. Mr. Mpumulwana is the World Heritage Specialist within National Heritage Council, our sister department, our sister entity. We were going to be, there's an apology from Ms. Teshia of Ditso Museums, and we wanted a presentation there on the museums and as the custodian of our heritage resources, but she could not attend today. Mr. Andy Lenklini will be representing the South African Local Government Association, SALGA, and you do know that within heritage resources, most of them are within our local municipalities, and so it will be great to hear what the Mr. Ntini will say around coordination. And have also Mr. Martin, who is the chairperson of the SA Foundational People's Museum Foundation, member of Heritage Western Cape Council. And then we have Professor of Archaeology at the University of Cape Town, Prof. Shadrach Cherukuri, and that is our panel this morning, and we will engage them as they share their thoughts with us. And if I can also just welcome our SARA Council chairperson, Mr. Moses Makoyane, chairperson, welcome and thank you for doing this session this morning. The chairperson will give us the vote of thanks as we close the session in the early afternoon. With that said, colleagues, if you can allow me to welcome also the representative of the Department of Arts and Culture, Re Khomotso Mkheti. Welcome, Ndate. And these are the people who will be on the program this morning. I don't want to rehash the welcome that the CEO has done. So welcome to all our partners. My role then becomes the introduction as to why we are here this morning. As SARA, we are established in terms of the National Heritage Resources Act, number 25 of 1999. And within that act, we are mandated to coordinate identification, conservation, protection, and promotion of heritage resources. And this we cannot do alone. It is 20 years later, and we are still learning how to do this. We have realized that we really need our partners at various levels, private entities, academic institutions, the Provincial Heritage Resources Authority, even the municipalities and other civil organizations in order to make this work. Heritage does not belong to SARA. It belongs to the South Africans. And so in that regard, this coordination seminar is meant to take us through how can we do this? This is the question we want to answer this morning. And we are going to look at the legislative framework around this. How can we better partner in a way that we sensitize our partners that our needs, but also to say we cannot do this alone. Let's protect our heritage and let's implement this legislation. We have the tools. We just need to get it right by recognizing everyone who is involved in it, especially the communities. With that, it's a very, really short introduction in terms of today's purpose. At the end of today, we want to find out in this changing times. CEO spoke about the impact of COVID-19. What is the role of heritage management within the current economic climate? We cannot, I think, proceed as normal. The times do not allow us that. So we need to be able to say within how we are going to work together, effectively coordinating heritage resources management from the people who apply for services to SARA, to the people, the heritage practitioners, the minds who work in the economic activities. How do we protect heritage and still make sure that the economic activities are supported? Thank you. If we can get to the next item on our program, I would then like to invite then a presentation by Mr. Simpiwe Mome, Head of Legal within SARA, to give us how coordination is placed within National Heritage Resources Act and other related intergovernmental frameworks. Mr. Mome, over to you.
Thank you very much. I will be sharing my screen. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to present to the esteemed guests that we have. Greetings to all our external guests, to our council members, our executives, and to our staff in general. Thank you so much. I'll attempt to share my screen. I've put together this presentation and must apologize upfront that it'll be focusing a lot on the legislation, as you have heard, and I know that some of the guests might not hear some of the things that they would like to hear, but the presentation has been put together for the purposes of this particular seminar, and appreciating that we've had other presentations presented in the previous sessions that we've had in the previous days. I'll be focusing on, just talking about, obviously the purpose of the presentation is already, I think it's already been explained. I'll try and introduce, SARA in general and talk about the mandate, the council, and I'll be talking about just zoning in on protection, which we'll be talking a lot about creating a declaration, and I'll be talking about, I think the last slide will be talking about the challenges and opportunities that we have. And you will see there that some of the issues that would have been highlighted, and maybe seeing the opportunities that that we can grab and going forward. I'll just skip straight. It has been pointed out that SARA was established in terms of our legislation, and one has to try and, someone is trying to assist me to expand something that maybe people may not be seeing. We were established in terms of this legislation, the beautiful legislation, the National Heritage Resources Act 25 of 1999, and as it would read in terms of Section 11, we are an independent body capable of suing and being sued, and that speaks a lot in terms of the legal terms. We are also accountable. We are a public entity, and you would know that in terms of funding, we receive our funding from from the department, and for that reason, and for many other reasons, we are listed as a public entity in terms of Schedule 3A of the Public Finance Management Act 1 of 1999. Why was SARA established? I think one may ask the question. I like the preamble every time I get that question, because I think if you look at the preamble, it gives you a lot, and I've highlighted a bit of that, which talks to mainly what SARA has to do. I'm going to read the highlighted part, and sorry if it says SARA together with its council, obviously reading from above in terms of the establishment. We are established to coordinate and promote the management of heritage resources at the national level, to set norms and maintain essential national standards for the management of heritage resources in the Republic, and to protect heritage resources of national significance. I think within that, if one has a good mind of trying to understand, within that you will get the mandate of SARA without even going to each and every chapter of the Act, and each and every section of the Act. I sort of like the word coordination, and I sort of like went to get the dictionary meaning of it, or the Google meaning of it, so to speak, it tells me that to bring in the different elements, of complex activity, organization into harmonious. Sorry, I've just lost a bit of that. What we are obliged to do as SARA is to bring together, as you would see, bring together the heritage management, and to make sure that we organize it in a manner which sees to it that our heritage resources are conserved for future generation. And if you're looking in terms of the duties, right now if you're talking about the mandate, you would read, I'm not going to quote the whole section 13 and 25, what we're obliged to do in terms of the functions and duties. But it's quite important that the word coordination, or the words coordination of heritage management, features everywhere you go. And you would be mindful of the fact that what was established in terms of the 1999 legislation was a QTS system, as opposed to the National Monuments Act, which didn't have this sort of arrangement. Whether or not this is workable is another question, and one will see from last slide in terms of the challenges that we have in terms of the Provincial Heritage Resources authorities that are established, and the local authorities that are established. With that comes the issue of competency, because one of our duties is to make sure that these other levels of heritage management are competent to do what they're supposed to be doing. Now, keep that in mind also in terms of the challenges that we're facing. We also have, talk about, in terms of the mandate, the operations that we have to see to. We have to manage our assets and our funds administratively, and functionally we look into, you can talk about declarations, you can talk about the provisional protections, you can go on and talk about permitting, etc. There are many other things that one can talk about at this point, and I think a lot of us are quite aware of those. We are very much accountable, and we have to report, and one would gladly could just go straight to our website and see our annual reports, and we also report quarterly as well. We are accountable to our council. Each and everything that we do must be reported to our council. We are accountable to our department, our mother department, and this is in terms of the National Heritage Resources Act, and also the PFMA, as already mentioned, and other pieces of legislation. And each and everything we do has to be compliant with those legislation. We are also I just wanted to highlight this because I think, even though it doesn't feature very well in the Act, or it's not said plainly in the Act, we are an implementing agency of the department. That has to sink in. And if you read section 13(1)(g) and you read it with section 25(1)(a) of the Act, and we are told that we have to perform any other function assigned to us by the Act or directed by the minister. And in that has to, it already tells you what we need to follow outside of the legislation itself. I just made this one example, for instance, that in fact, one or two examples about, we have many projects that we implement for the department, and we also have specific projects that we implement for the department. And at this point, we have a policy that has been consulted, and that has gone through many levels of consultation and trying to make sure that it will be properly implemented in the end. And you would note that it will result in us, and when I say us, I mean the South African SARA, us establishing a repatriation and restitution office. I think I don't want to take away what Mr. Mukheti will be talking to in that regard. So that is going to be very critical. And there are opportunities coming with that, and obviously there will be challenges coming through with that, but we need to embrace those and ensure that we are doing what we're supposed to be doing as an implementing agency. How do we function, and how do we report? We have our council. I'm not going to zone in a lot on this one because it's a very known one, that we have our council that is established to ensure that that it controls and gives direction to us, and the manner in which council members are appointed is set out in section 14 of our act, and the way or how they get to vacate office. And the act also just tells us that we can also establish committees to ensure that council is assisted in implementing or doing that work that is set out in the act. And in addition to that, there is one committee that is specifically required to be established in terms of the PFMA that I've already mentioned, and that is the auditor and this committee. And we have, I was happy to see our chairperson of the ARC, Mr. Koto, is online. So we do have that, and we also have one operational committee that we have internally. That committee has been dedicated with many functions dealing with declaration and grading. And you would note that in terms of the grading, they take the final decision, but in terms of the declarations, they make recommendations to our committees and council for approval. So that is really how we really function, and just zoning in terms of the grading and declaration. We have, as you would know, we have 3 levels of grading: grade 1, grade 2, grade 3. And if you're talking about SARA specifically, you're talking about those resources that fall within grade 1. And it is said that those heritage resources have to have such qualities that are so exceptional, and so as to have special national significance. But there's generally a confusion that people have in outside of the organization, that if an object or site is or let's say talk about heritage sites for a moment, if a site is declared as a national heritage, or if it's declared as a provincial heritage, doesn't have a similar or same protection as a national heritage site, that is something that is a misunderstanding, because the same protection, and if you were to look at what may or may not be done in terms of section 27 for all the sites, it is the same, and you will be required to do, if you're required to get a permit for a grade 1 site, you're required to get a permit for a grade 2 or 3 site. So and the same protection that is afforded for all sites is we need to teach people to understand that they get the same protection in all levels, and same applies to provisional protections that we have and the like. There is generally a process that I felt pain to set out in this presentation, but I believe now sitting here that it is not actually, because I think it's very well known what needs to be done when one has to declare a site, and generally that we know that the final product is done through gazetting in the Government Gazette, but there's a consultation that takes place before that, and how who nominates a site for declaration is set out clearly in section 27. The same applies to protection of objects. There's a specific process that is set out in section 32, and the consultation process that takes place, and final outcome, and that is through gazetting And generally speaking, when one talks about protection and management of heritage resources, and I added the enforcement. And when we're talking about enforcement, it might be a bit of a confusion for some people, but you're talking about, when you're talking about inspection offenses and penalties, because that's where you talk about enforcement when people don't comply. I mentioned there the general and formal protection. I've already mentioned the declaration under the formal protection, and we have under section 33, 34 going forward, talking to general protection. We have permitting that we do, and I'm sorry I'm not zoning in terms of each and every one of these, but these are matters that are very functional, that are very well known for most of us. But and because we have this opportunity right now to educate a lot of people, but I thought when mentioning them would be quite important. And we also have heritage registers and the inventory that needs to be done. And we have a repatriation of objects that is listed there. And in addition to all of these, and once all of these, or if you're not happy with what has been done or has not been done in terms of, let's talk about, for instance, permitting, you have a right to appeal. Or if a site has been protected and you feel that you have not been properly consulted, you have a right to appeal. So the appeals process is set out in the Act, and we have regulations that have been properly set out. We have not, we do have a lot of regulations that have been promulgated over the period since the promulgation of the Act in 1999. We do also have regulations that need to be promulgated to ensure that we enhance that we are required to do so in terms of the Act. And this talks to, I'm just with that jumping straight into the challenges that we have. And one of those would be obviously to review the Act and to ensure that we have all of these issues done, and also to ensure that outdated penalties are, because the amount that is there in the Act, which is still 10,000, needs to be increased and has not been done, as set out in Section 51, that needs to be done. And we also have a matter of the management of memorials, and a lot of people will be very much aware of what has happened over the last while. We had Rose must fall at some point, and we have other challenges. If you were to go to Parliament, in front of Parliament, we have the Louis Porter statute, and we have many other statutes that have been, a lot of people have been asking and requiring them to be moved or destroyed for one reason or another. And that's another debate for another day as to how that may happen. So that needs to be properly done. And we have development issues. That is a big issue that we're facing at the moment. Our communities and our developers need to understand. We're not to talk about developers. We not just private developers, the government as well, in terms of you can talk about Sandron, we can talk about DMR, you can talk about also in developers in the sense of mining companies, etc. We have many challenges that we're facing in that regard, and we need to partner. That's without question. We need to work together and ensure that our communities understand what is about the development that SARA is required to comply with. We also need to educate our communities to understand that when consultation takes place, what are your rights, and I don't want to say that sometimes communities abuse or abuse the fact that they have rights, but sometimes some developers feel that the process is being stifled. So we need to also educate them, but it so happens. The issue of grade relocation is related to this. It links with Section 38, sometimes it links into Section 36, because that needs to be complied with. the matter of competency of provincial heritage resources agency authorities is a big one, because SARA does a lot of work that needs or that should be done by our provincial heritage resources authorities. How do we make sure that they are properly capacitated and funded? Yes, they don't report to us as SARA, they report to the provincial departments, but how do we assist them? What is our role in that? Where does it end? Are they still relevant? Should we, one would call that we have provincial offices. Should we go back there? I mean, I'm raising all of these questions for a lot of us to ponder when we discuss at a later stage. But we also have local authorities. One may ask how many local authorities are competent out there, because the heritage goes down to our communities and has to be managed at that level. Now, are people aware of the fact that it is their heritage to manage, and how many local authorities are competent? Our provincial heritage resources authorities making sure that they are established or they are assessing them? Yes, we assess our provincial heritage resources authorities, but what is our role and what is the role of the PRAs? We have a big issue when it comes to funding, and a lot of us, if you were to look at our financial report, you'll be very much aware of how much our budget has been cut the last year, and some of it relates to funding the COVID initiatives, or funding the job losses that will is a result of the COVID. We are allowed to generate extra funding. Look at section 21, 1T, in terms of, and there are preceding or there are other subsections that will set out how we get our funding. So what can we do, and what are the initiatives internally? And in fact, we've had a number of those internally, and we even have a specific committee that seeks to deal with generating extra funding. So we have those issues. Just one other issue that we've had recently, it has not always featured, or it has not always been a big issue. We recently suspended issuing permits for firearms for safety reasons and many other reasons. As a result, we had a litigation that that happened. And we've since uplifted that suspension of issuing permits, but that in itself highlights some of the deep issues that we have with the understanding of heritage management. It is really needed, that understanding, and then you can talk about that. You can talk about we actually need to do a lot of this education duty in terms of the coordination of heritage management. Opportunities within that funding challenge, within the funding challenges that we have opportunities, and as I've already mentioned, section 21, 1D, and other subsections in terms of section 21. We assess clearly what we may do, and that in itself gives us opportunities. We just need to find a way to get to a point wherein we are able to actually generate extra funding. I think many of us see the establishment of the RRO that I've already mentioned, in terms of the policies that I've already mentioned that Mr. Mogoete will be talking to, and amongst other policies that will be brought through. The national policy on repatriation and restitution of human remains and heritage objects. That office that SARA will be establishing is a great opportunity for us, and we hope that it actually sees a great opportunity for us, and we hope that it actually sees a mandate and the question of the fact that we don't have adequate funding, and the fact that the one thing that I didn't highlight was the fact that our act itself has never been costed, and that is a big concern, because one may ask, how are we allocated the budget if one is not certain for sure as to how much this mandate will require as set out in the act in terms of the funds. So there's an opportunity I see in the promotion of heritage. We're sitting right here. We are promoting heritage management as we'll be discussing, and I would like to believe that anyone who's not part of SARA will obtain a full understanding of what it means to coordinate heritage management. And Chair, I believe that I've spoken too much. I've taken so much time. I was told that I need to do about 10 slides. Unfortunately, I did more than that, but there is a lot to talk about when you look at the Act. The Act has quite a lot to talk about.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. I think we are having a little bit of sound issues. If our technical team can have a look into that, so that to a minimal degree we can do something about it. We as we go, and I'm going through the list of people who are here, and I just want to welcome Dr. Mtobeli Guma. He is our veteran heritage resources teacher, the former council member of SARA. Most of you will know him, and other members of the SARA Council. And Mutlomi Masua, welcome. I would also just like to welcome our partners, CPUT, Prof. Kamali, and Dr. Kumar, welcome as well. Our sister NTT, Ndate welcome. Importantly, I think we all need to note that we have the representation of the South African Police Services. Brigadier Bupape, welcome and thank you for attending this session. Having gotten what Nara puts for us, I think Ndate Mokheti, with your team, I don't know if Meston is going to present. Between the two of you, if we can have your presentation on the national policies that you have recently finalized, just to give us the heads up and for us to be ready in terms of implementation, as really the people in this seminar right now are the ones who are going to help in making sure that those policies are effectively implemented. Can I give you the space to do so? That day, go ahead then.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. Ladies and gentlemen, I heard that Mohammed had challenges with his sound, so I will not be activating the video. So I will begin talking to the presentation. I will try, Chairperson, to speak or to go through it as fast as I possibly can. But it is about 5 policies that I will be presenting. So are you able to see them on your side? And a very good morning to the sector. I see there is a very good representation of everybody, that is everybody within the sector. And we are delighted as a Department of Sport, Art and Culture to have been given an opportunity to then share the work that the department has been doing with the sector. I'm trying to put up my presentation in a presentation format, but I seem to be having a little bit of a challenge. If Chair, you can just allow me a few more minutes to do so. There. Are we all able to see the policy?
The presentation is clear. Thank you.
Yeah, the presentation. Yes. Thank you very much. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Komoto Mokgethi, popularly known as Re Mokgethi. I know it's a challenge for most people to pronounce the RRE. Most say Re. But Ke Re Komoto Mokgethi, Director, Heritage Policy and Research Development in the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. I'm here representing the department. Unfortunately, some of my colleagues were not able to join us, but I'm here with my Deputy Director, Major Renette Stander. Mr. Mohadi was not able to join us because he had a prior engagement, and so are the other colleagues in the department. Well, they will be able to join if they're able to finish on time. All right, the purpose of this presentation, colleagues, is to present summaries of the 5 national heritage policies that were developed by the department over the past years, to encourage each and every one of you to read and implement them as we continue to ensure that our heritage is documented, protected, promoted, and preserved for the present and future generations. And lastly, to provide you with an update on the work DSEC does in as far as heritage policies are concerned. In other words, the new policies that are on the pipeline that we are busy with, that we are developing. The policies I'm going to talk to are the policy framework for national museums, the national policy framework on cultural heritage, and the national policy on the South African living heritage, otherwise called the ICH, Intangible Cultural Heritage Policy. And importantly, as Ntate Mome has said, the national policy on the repatriation and restitution of human remains and heritage objects. And lastly, last but not least, the draft national policy on the digitization of the arts, culture, and heritage. And I will just speak summarily to the new policy that we are developing on the Heritage Legacy Project, which is not part of this presentation. Now, just in terms of the policy framework for national museums, perhaps I should start by explaining that or indicating that it is indeed a policy framework, a framework in the sense that it is meant to then provide guidelines for provinces and local municipalities or everybody else to be able to work within this framework and develop their own customized policies. However, the policy can still be implemented as is for national museums. And we are saying, just in terms of the policy objectives, that the aim of the policy is to transform the management and operations of museums in terms of access, redress, equity, nation building, and social cohesion. As you all know, that social cohesion in terms of the National Development Plan is a responsibility that is placed squarely on the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, so that as to enable the sector to efficiently preserve our national heritage while contributing effectively to national development. This policy seeks to provide a framework for museums to contribute effectively to the socio-economic objectives of the country by guiding the development of a service-oriented museum practice, informing the development of institutional and governance frameworks, providing norms and standards for management of museums, proposing mechanisms for a categorization or otherwise grading and accreditation system, highlighting issues around a sustainable funding framework for national museums and nationally significant collections. I need not rehearse the current status, or well, in the not so distant past, what used to be the unfortunate situation of our past apartheid government, where only certain works or collections of segment of our population were displayed in our museums, and if anything, those of people of color, if they're displayed in a disparaging manner. So this policy seeks to address that amongst the many issues that the policy talks to. The policy statement includes the roles of museums in society. The policy recognizes that the museums play an important role in social development by providing access to knowledge and creating environments where people can learn to think innovatively. Museums do not only research and exhibit social, cultural, and natural phenomena, but also influence behavior by providing access to information or taking a stand on issues. 2, the policy recommends restructuring for delivery. That the current institutional and governance framework be reconfigured to allow for the clustering of national museums into new management structures that will achieve the broad objectives of the policy framework, which is transformation through equity, redress, access, nation building, and social cohesion. And then the third one is the grading of museums, where we are saying there is no longer logical basis for the current differentiation between national, provincial, and local museums, i.e. the term national museum simply refers to museums that is funded by national government and governed by the Cultural Institutions Act, the CIA. The purpose of developing a grading system or criteria would therefore be to provide a basis for grading museums according to the quality, scope, and significance of their collections, and to enable more equitable funding. Then lastly, that the museum accreditation system is to create a system to evaluate and rank institutions in terms of established standards of best practice based on clearly set criteria drawn from measurable performance indicators in the exercise of the museum's operational tasks. Museums will be accredited according to the roles they play in socio-economic transformation and the performance standard achieved in museum core functions and management of resources. Just another point on the National Museum, colleagues, is that this approved policy recommends the abolition of one big council that will then govern national museums. This is the point that ourselves as heritage practitioners, we're still battling with, despite the fact that the policy has been approved. We are not of the view, as the policy proposes, that one council, that it will really work. I mean, just by being in practical terms, it will be difficult to implement. One can imagine the size of the council that must then look into already about 13 or so museums, national museums, that must be governed. So for us, it is a bit impractical to then have one council. But it's an issue that as and when the time comes for us to review the policy framework, we will then engage the sector, including yourselves, so that we can then, make the necessary intervention. The next policy, colleagues, is a national policy framework on under-horticultural heritage. And the scope of the policy, we are saying under-horticultural heritage is not found just in the sea or on the coast. The internal waters, or what we call inland waters, including rivers and sacred lakes, form part of this heritage and can be associated with the complex belief systems, mythologies, traditions, and ritual practices of people, and constitute an important part of our under-horticultural heritage. Here, colleagues, I may make an example of Lake Fundudzi. Mutabatsindi, a friend of mine, the Sarah BGG office, Chibalabala, always used to tell me about the significance of Lake Fundudzi and the mythologies that people attach to that. So the horticultural heritage is not limited to the sea, but it also talks to lakes such as the Lake Fundudzi, which hold so much significance for local communities. So we are saying, therefore, in terms of this policy, that such are provided for and should be protected. So we are saying the horticultural heritage is not limited to only physical sites and evidence. It resides too in pre- and post-colonial oral traditions relating to the coast and internal waters, in rituals, traditional practices, and knowledge systems associated with the site, structures, artifacts, and other remains. The legacy of interaction between indigenous and non-indigenous people, and reflects the ongoing exploitation of coastal and internal water resources by local communities. I like this point, colleagues, because it actually contradicts the generally held perception that people of African descent do not do not have relationships with the ocean and water. And now this point goes contrary to that, to say that our people have long interacted with the oceans and the rivers and all the like. Taking together our underwater cultural heritage as historical significance and the potential to contribute appreciably to our understanding of our past and the present and to our identity as a nation. Now, just in terms of the policy and legislative context, we are saying South Africa, underwater cultural heritage has been at times managed as part of marine resources. South Africa has a long history of legislating and managing underwater cultural heritage. Historically, underwater cultural heritage has been administered as part of the following laws: the Wreck and Salvage Act, the Marine Zones Act, Customs and Excise Act, National Environment Management Act, in terms of the Integrated Coastal Management Act, and then the National Environment Management in terms of the Protected Areas Act, Marine Living Resources, and the National Water Act. This policy operates within the legislative framework of the National Heritage Resources Act of 1999, number 25 of 1999. I think we learned so much from the presentation, the previous presentation by Ntate Momme. And currently, underwater cultural heritage is covered by the National Heritage Resources Act. This act defines the national estate. I think Ntate Momme talked at this point, the three-tier system. I need not go over it again. Then the act does not differentiate between terrestrial or underwater cultural heritage. The same principles, provisions, and protective regime apply to both. This means that SARA is required to discharge its responsibilities in respect of underwater cultural heritage within the framework and provisions of the Act and its regulations. Now, just in terms of SARA's regulations, responsibilities on underwater cultural heritage, we are saying establishing national principles, standards, and policy for the identification, recording, and management of underwater cultural heritage, coordinating the management of underwater cultural heritage by all relevant agencies of the state and other bodies, and monitoring their activities to ensure that they comply with the established national principles, standards, and policies, advising and assisting any authority responsible for the management of underwater cultural heritage, promoting and encouraging the public's understanding of and interest and involvement in the identification, assessment, recording, and management of underwater cultural heritage resources, promoting educational and training to facilitate the effective and efficient management of, research into, and presentation of underwater cultural heritage, taking whatever measure it deems necessary to ensure the protection and conservation of underwater cultural heritage, and lastly, liaising or work in partnership with other organizations and institutions that have similar aims and objectives or are involved in activities to promote and preserve underwater cultural heritage in accordance with national policy and international accepted archaeological best practice. Now, this is the one policy that I would say, I don't know if a CEO will agree with me that, is underfunded, but we have made a determination as government, as a department, that it needs to be supported, and new partnerships must be created with institutions such as the University of Cape Town. I'm happy to see that Professor Chikrugra is here. We'll be talking to some of the issues related. And this partnership needs to be nurtured so that we begin to mainstream issues of maritime and underwater cultural heritage. Colleagues, that is that in terms of the UCH. The next policy is on the South African Living Heritage, or otherwise ICH, Intangible Cultural Heritage. By definition, we say living heritage means cultural expressions and practices that form a body of knowledge and provide for continuity, dynamism, and meaning of social life to generations of people as individuals, social groups, and communities. Living heritage allows for identity and a sense of belonging for people, as well as accumulation of intellectual capital for current and future generations in the context of mutual respect for human, social, and cultural rights. In terms of the 2003 UNESCO Convention for Safeguarding Intangible Cultural Heritage, and on this point I must indicate that we just recently, I think it was on Monday 20th, presented our instrument of accession, or shall we call it ratification of the convention to cabinet, and it has been approved. We will now be moving to Parliament to present it for approval so that it can be deposited with the relevant UNESCO committee. Well, it says that intangible cultural heritage means the practices, representations, expression, knowledge, skills, as well as the instruments, objects, artifacts, and cultural spaces associated therewith that communities, groups, and in some cases individuals recognize as part of their cultural heritage. This intangible cultural heritage, transmitted from generation to generation, is constantly recreated by communities and groups in response to their environment, their interaction with nature, and their history, and provide them with a sense of identity and continuity, thus promoting respect for cultural diversity and human creativity. This definition of intangible cultural heritage has been adopted in this policy framework as it encapsulates issues that have been identified as part of South Africa's living heritage. The term living heritage thus serves to emphasize the continuity of heritage that was actively discouraged during colonialism and apartheid and through missionary work. It places emphasis on both continuity of what was suppressed then and the formulation of new national identity. Living heritage must not be seen as merely safeguarding the past, but it must be seen as safeguarding the logic of continuity of what all communities or social groups regard as their valuable heritage, shared or exclusive. Now, just in terms of the aims of the policy, we are saying that the policy framework aims at empowering communities and individuals in safeguarding their heritage, recognizing the role played by various stakeholders, including communities and civil society organizations, towards living heritage, providing scope for the government to facilitate and monitor the identification and safeguarding of living heritage, and providing a framework for social cohesion in South Africa, providing for a framework of cultural diplomacy, enabling living heritage to be shared across national borders. As we all know that, before the borders were set up by the colonialists, people moved about and lived together. So really, these imaginary borders, which have now become physical, created these divisions. So through this policy, we'll be able to then bridge that gap between the countries and encourage collaboration and sharing of living heritage across. And then lastly, providing a mandate to the DSEC to set norms and standards on living heritage management throughout the country. Just in terms of identification and documentation of living heritage, we are saying the significance, this policy guides identification and documentation of living heritage in a manner that recognizes that living heritage is rooted in communities. An inventory of living heritage, such as a multimedia database or a publication, is a systematic process of identifying and defining living heritage. Identification and documentation are critical processes towards establishing reservoirs of information and knowledge on living heritage, and identification and storage, that is documentation, are the basis for preservation and continuity, as is reflected even in some of the authoritative texts of humankind, such as the Bible and the Quran. Identification and documentation are critical aspects in the safeguarding of the South African living heritage. Identification is critical to defining heritage for the purposes of inventorying. Therefore, criteria for identification need to be as clear and as explicit as possible. Identification is also the first step in the process of safeguarding. Once a living heritage element is continually identified, the policy says the element will be part of processes of documentation, protection, and transmission. Now, lastly, on inventorying living heritage, it is proposed that as a basis for solicitation of living heritage from communities, national inventories be done on orality and performances, incorporating dance and music, rituals and festivals, memory, skills and techniques, indigenous knowledge systems, cultural traditions, holistic approach to nature and society of social relationships, or what they generally referred to as Ubuntu. I remember some time back, the National Heritage Council championed this whole notion of Ubuntu. And sorry, I said the last, but then since we're continuing, the other point relating to that is that in terms of the National Inventory Office, given the magnitude of this task and limited existing capacity in the DEC or DSEC, an inventorying unit called the National Inventory Office, NIO, shall be created in the Ministry of Arts and Culture's Heritage Branch. The core mandate of the unit will be to the management of the inventory. The inventory unit will also be a depository of living heritage inventories. The National Inventory Office shall work with all spheres of government to develop inventories of South African living heritage, in particular with local government. Now, just in terms of the criteria for listing, in line with the prescribed criteria, the policy recommends 3 lists of inventories to inventorize elements of living heritage. They are the national list, the tentative list, and endangered living heritage list. Just another point to add in terms of this policy, or what we are doing as a department currently, is that we have not moved towards the establishment of the inventory office as such, but the living heritage unit within our branch, HPP, is responsible for then doing that which the office is supposed to do, working in concert with the South African Heritage Resources Agency. The minister recently appointed a panel that will then oversee the work that the department and SARA will be doing. And there's also a plan to appoint graduates, just as we did with the audit of monuments and statues together with SARA. The work that will be done by this unemployed graduate will be to document and record living heritage amongst the communities. My unit is working towards the appointment of such once funds are approved, just by way of informing colleagues so that they know what is happening. Now, the next policy, colleagues, is the most controversial one that Mr. Momme also referred to. That is the national policy on the repatriation and restitution of human remains and heritage objects. This policy was approved recently this year on the 16th of March 2021. Just in terms of the policy purpose, we are saying the purpose of this policy is to provide the necessary framework to manage the ethical discovery, ethical curation, and possible restitution or repatriation claims, and the return of human remains and heritage objects or documentation, nationally as well as international. The objectives of the policy are to provide guidelines for the management of the processes for negotiating the restitution or repatriation of South African human remains, including heritage objects and documentation, with overseas countries, institutions, private entities, or individuals, to provide guidelines for the management of human remains and restitution or repatriation of heritage objects and documentation in South African institutions, internationally seek on behalf of the South African people the voluntary and unconditional return of human remains and heritage objects and documentation, for ensure exhumation processes in cases of restitution or repatriation for human remains from foreign countries are conducted in a coordinated, regulated manner within the framework of service providers' mandate and relevant legislation, including this policy. And then 5, provide clarity on the roles for relevant government departments, be it at national, provincial, and local levels, whose services are required at specific phases of the exhumation, the restitution, or repatriation process. The scope and application of this policy will be limited to human remains and heritage objects or documentation that are held in cultural institutions as well as those in foreign countries. Restitution of human remains of victims of South Africa with specific reference to categories of the South African liberation struggle. Wars of resistance from 1510 to 1910, wars of dispossession, also known as the 100-Year War of 1779 to 1880, early liberation struggle period 1910 to 1959, and late liberation struggle period 1960 to 1994. Repatriation and of unethically collected human remains outside the borders of South Africa, restitution of unethically collected human remains in South African institutions like Iziko, Wits University, and them, repatriation and or restitution of heritage objects in and outside the borders of South Africa. In addition, the policy framework provides for repatriation and restitution of human remains of military veterans, which fall under the realm of the Department of Military Veterans, the DMV, repatriation of and restitution of missing persons, which fall under the jurisdiction of the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development and its institutions, i.e. the NPA, the Missing Persons Task Team, MPTT, etc. Although this one's colleagues, within the framework of this policy, they are funding themselves. This is a well-funded mandate that the DOJ is already implementing. But then as it involves repatriation and restitution, which is the mandate that lies squarely on the South African Heritage Resources Agency through its BGG unit, it was important that they are integrated into this policy, even if it is funded elsewhere. The policy does not provide for graves protected under the Commonwealth or graves.
Okay.
I think colleagues are aware what the reasons around the why. Hello? Okay. Why we are not interfering with common or graves. And then roles in terms of roles and responsibilities. I think I've taken more time. I can skip some of this. It suffices for me to have just made reference to them. But importantly, for me to talk to what SARA will do in terms of the police to receive and process applications and requests for exhumations, issue permits for exhumations in terms of their mandate, perform any function as may be necessary and in line with its mandate. In line with its mandate. And I think we forgot to add the important point that Mr. Momme mentioned, that of the setting up or establishment of the Repatriation and Restitution Office, which we are currently working on. Hopefully by the end of this year, we will have some form of structure in operation. So we thought that we should share with you colleagues, this is a mammoth task of repatriating and restituting human remains wherever they are back into the country, or their movement between province to province or within one location to another. We are just saying here that the policy was costed and will be implemented in a phased approach over a period of 10 years. Contingent on the availability of resources. I think CEO in their opening remarks, he made mention of the devastating effect that the COVID-19 had, the onset of COVID-19 had on government the world over. I wouldn't even want to talk about South Africa alone. This has meant that we cut costs, and we really cut to the bone in some instances, as in our branch, where money is that we're going to assist us to really move faster with the implementation of some of these policies, especially this one, because it's very close to people's hearts. We saw money being taken away for priority elsewhere. So we are saying just in year one, this is year one, establishment of the RRO, 2021-2022, year 2 to 3, repatriation. We are looking at 2 cases. Already, we have cases on our desk. There is the case that was announced by the president of Ntate Dumanokwe, who's in, I made a mistake in our meeting with the CEO yesterday, I think, by saying it is Uganda. It's not Uganda, it's, I think, Lusaka, Zambia. And the death of Ntate Khesha, these are about cases that are on the debate. The one that we've been instructed to prioritize is that of Ntate Dumanokwe, which I've already engaged Sarah on. Then I'm saying this, I'm sharing this information so that you become aware of the work that we are doing, even as some of the policies are being developed and some are being approved. We had to year 4 to 6, 2 repatriations, hopefully 6 cases. But we like what was contained in the policy that the National Heritage Council developed, and I'm happy to see that Mkumlwana here. That also talks to repatriation specifically of the modern liberation struggle. And the interesting concept that we learned from there is that of country to country. For instance, where there are about 25 cases in Tanzania, we target the whole 25, provided that communities or next of kin of those remains agree. We bring all of them, or where they need to be memorialized. We will then, in situ, we will then establish such types of monumental memorial as a need may be. Then 7 to 10, it's 5 repatriations. But as I said, or in 20 cases, or as I said, we are looking into this matter of a country to country. So that will then make the process much easier. But this is something that is not cast in stone. As Sarah is implementing and NHC are implementing on our behalf, together with Freedom Park, most importantly, engagement will then ensue to see which option works better. Then the demand for repatriation, we are saying the demand for repatriation is at this point projected to subside, and cases could be conducted as and when it's required. The policy will be reviewed at regular intervals for effectiveness, efficiency, consistency, progress, and impact. And finally, after 10 years, for continued utility and relevance. This is a very important point, colleagues, for all of us to note, so that when we call you, as and when we call you to participate in the review of the policy, you are able to do so. We are saying it will be reviewed at regular intervals. It is deliberate. We do not want to say 2 years, and there are new lessons that we learn as we implement, for instance, the case of Ntate Dumanokwe, and we are not able to do anything about the policy. So Cabinet approved it with this provision included, that it will be reviewed as we progress with the implementation. It's very important. And again, judging from the current challenges that we are facing with the repatriation, for instance, the repatriation of the restitution, rather, of human remains, that what we call the Sutherland line, that were unethically collected by the University of Cape Town around the 1920s. Which must now be given back to the community in Sutherland. There are massive challenges there that we are dealing with, where there are contestation over the remains and where the remains must be buried. So there are important lessons that we are going to learn from this particular one, even if it may mean that we apply the policy retroactively, meaning after the effect. So, but these are issues that we will continue to engage with the university on, so that we are able to then move along together with everybody else involved. Then lastly, implementation of the policy will require close collaboration with all spheres of government and relevant entities. Before I go to the last one, I just want to spend a second on this one to really explain why it is also in bold. We did not cover that aspect, but all the spheres of government, national, provincial, and local, play an important role with our supporting institutions. Within the context of the province, it will be your PRAS. Within national, it will be our SARA. But this is, we should also keep in mind, or bear in mind, that repatriation is a national competence. But we cannot leave out structures such as PRAS when we repatriate, because, or we restitute, because these are structures that will then be the eyes and ears of SARA in terms of desecration or destruction or disturbances of some of these remains that would have been returned home. So it is very important that, and then the other point that I wanted to emphasize is that in the recent past there has been, a tendency by provinces, probably out of lack of clear policy guidelines, by engaging with external countries, outside countries on repatriation matters. You will see then one province bringing remains without involvement and knowledge of national government and NSARA for that matter. That is wrong, colleagues. Repatriation and restitution of human remains in terms of Section 41 of the National Heritage Act is a national competence. It is only the minister that can decide on the final home or fate of human remains, even where there are disputes or contestations. So we need to work within that framework. My request here would be to say colleagues must go back and then familiarize themselves with the policy. Our doors are open 24 hours. Major Standard is here. Whenever you need a copy of the policy, please do not hesitate to contact us, so that we know that we are doing the right thing. Because then we'll be able to open up doors through our diplomatic relations, through DERCO, our international relations that then link us up with DERCO, and many other departments that must get involved in this whole business or process. We'll be able to make processes easier. So the way to do it, when provinces want to then repatriate remains from, as the Eastern Cape does, from Lesotho, for instance, they would then notify us, then we'll engage or activate our institutions, and together we form a committee that will then assist the process, even if it is funded by the province, because national must always keep its role. Let me leave it there, colleagues. Then the last policy is the draft national policy on digitization of the arts, culture, and heritage. Most of you, or some of you, may have been recently consulted may be scheduled to attend some of the consultation workshops, because we have recently appointed the service provider to cost this policy before we put it through to the final socio-economic assessment with the Department of Planning and Monitoring. So the purpose of this policy, really in summary, is to provide strategic guidance regarding the digitization of arts, culture, and heritage, including but not limited to records, archives, books, and publications, performance art, music, heritage sites, heritage objects, and intangible heritage, what the Living Heritage Policy also addresses. But here we are talking about its digitization and making sure that it lasts forever for present and future generations, as the Heritage Act preamble says. Provide a guiding framework for the compilation of digitization of arts, culture, and heritage strategy, document that are aligned with international standards and best practice, provide a strategic guidance regarding the storage, communication, and management of digitized arts, culture, and heritage. Colleagues will remember there is now more emphasis on arts, culture, and heritage. You remember that the 2011 draft policy, which we reviewed in 2019 to 2020 financial year, was making reference to digitization of heritage resources. We felt during the review of this policy during 2019 financial year that it is too limited. Sarah get called when a work of art of a known artist is being tampered with. So why do we leave such artworks out? It didn't make sense. So we then changed the name of the policy to Arts, Culture, and Heritage to include everything that our department is about. Because then how will they be protected and preserved for future generations? Then 3, provide strategic guidance regarding the storage, communication, and management of digitized art, culture, and heritage. Promote a preservation appropriate approach to the digitization of arts, culture, and heritage resources. 5, provide the guidance on digital rights management issues that must be addressed in digitization strategies and projects. Provide guidance on the compilation of metadata standards with the purpose of enabling aggregators. Provide a guiding framework for the method to be used for digitizing arts, culture, and heritage resources based on international and best practice, and provide mechanisms for through which digital arts, culture, and heritage data can be backed up through the NARSA. The scope and applicability of this policy and associated policy statements apply to any project which will result in the digitization of arts, culture, and heritage resources or the accumulation of the data in any form of database. Such projects may be initiated by state departments or agencies, by universities or by private organizations. Furthermore, such projects may be privately or public funded. It also applies to digitized arts, culture, and heritage, including but not limited to records and archives, books. I've already spoken to this point. The policy document and proposed approach applies to archives, libraries, music, theater, as well as other forms of cultural practice. The category of data understood as heritage in this policy therefore extends further than the definition of heritage resource. Okay, this talks to the point that I was making, that we then felt that we needed to expand it. Policy statement, colleagues, in the interest of time, I will just browse through managing digitization, development of the strategies for all custodians falling under the DSEC and other public custodians. But then important, we are saying NARA must develop, NARSA, the National Archives, must develop a strategy that must cover the following areas: access to digital records, maintenance, long-term storage, and management of the digital archive, metadata standards. Then maintenance of good curatorial practice. We are saying good curatorial practice must be maintained in order to mitigate risk to analog originals, as digital copies are not replacement for originals of art, culture, and heritage resources, but rather form part of the management of these resources. Digitization must provide a surrogate copy of an object which may have a number of additional uses, such as to support the identification of the item in the event of theft, to provide access for education and research. And the other issue that is also very controversial, the right and copyright policy establish a clear copyright management policy and contract mechanisms. Arts, culture, and heritage institutions should embrace open access policies. I think this concept must have been discussed elaborately during consultations. If colleagues are not quite familiar, then you are encouraged to go to the actual policy document to then follow the debate around it. As part of their institutional missions to grant access to culture and information to the public through mechanisms such as Creative Commons licensing and approaches involving restrictive licensing data holding must be avoided. The other one, agreement for foreign funding, always data sharing agreements must ensure free access to all digitized art, culture, and heritage data into perpetuity for South African citizens and institutions that must deal with issues of copyright and licensing. Again, Creative Commons. And then issue of access, accelerate the development of an inclusive information society and provide free basic information. Policy Statement 7, develop and implement the NBR or CORIS. We are saying here that it is recommended that the NARSA steers the national digitization policy by maintaining an updated list of digitized repositories of the ACH data in the NARS system. NARSA should also provide a national backup repository for data held by institutions that do not have the resources or desire to maintain backups of data themselves. I just had to read this one because it talks about the institution where this digitized material will be deposited. Then, just in terms of 7.4, the recommendations, it is recommended that the DSEC develop a template strategy document to assist organizations to comply with this policy statement. It is also recommended that the DSEC work with the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies in order to develop, enhance, and promote online content composed in South African languages other than English. It's further recommended that the NARSA steers the national digitization policy. I've spoken to this point. And lastly, I think furthermore, it is recommended that NARSA provide a national backup. Yeah, the two last points are the same as the previous. So in terms of this policy, we are saying progress so far. The policy is in the process of being costed, after which it will go through the final sayers, social economic impact assessment with the DPME process, and then finally be tabled before cabinet committees and cabinet for approval during this financial year. That is before the end of 2021-2022 or March 30th, 2022. So the colleagues, that is all in summary. The last policy that I wanted to just make reference to that we are busy developing, we just recently appointed the service provider for. It is the national policy on the heritage legacy project. Colleagues would know that we do not have a guidelines on this important matter. This simply talks to issues of if a monument must be built for Mr. X. It becomes quite a cumbersome process to then choose. If you receive two proposals for Mr. X and Mr. J, which one do you choose? And decision often becomes arbitrary, and it's unfair because we need to recognize everybody and all the people that contributed to the freedom that we all enjoy today. So it cannot be that certain people get memorialized and recognized nationally and others are left out. So the policy seeks to address that very important matter of memorialization. Chairperson, I hope I did not chow much of your time, but that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much, colleagues, for your attention.
Thank you very much. You warned me and said you couldn't. This will not be done within that space of time that we requested. The purpose of this session is also to share information, and as you can see on the comments that are coming up, it is really information that we needed. We will try to share all the presentations of this week on our website after present today, including the related documents. I can see there are some of our guests are looking for some access to those policies. So thank you so much, Ndadam Khati. It is really helpful context within which we must operate. South Africa is renowned for its written policies. We hope through today we can assist in the implementation actively. And Prof. Rasool emphasizes, I think this is, I think the key word, proactive implementation. So that's what we will do. This is what we hope this session will assist us with. On the program, continue please, our dear guests, to write your comments. At the end, we will have a really thorough discussions around or everything. There are also SARA colleagues who are responding to some of those comments as they come up. So continue using the chat for your comments and questions. The next session is to take us through the mutual partnerships with our stakeholders. You have met SARA teams in the past 3 days, and so I would like them here briefly, very briefly, to just give us a snapshot of their needs as far as coordination is concerned of heritage resources management. And with that, we would like Dr. Adolfstoff Rachna from Archaeology Paleontology to present. Rachna, please go ahead.
My slideshow quickly. Okay, I hope you're all able to see it. Thank you, Kumi, for giving me this opportunity to speak on behalf of APM. So we at APM, we're usually quite well in touch with our stakeholders, and we usually aim to solve any issues very quickly. So that's why we identified only a few points that I would like to introduce very briefly. Okay, so first point, just in general, we do need everybody's assistance for the protection of heritage. So if you find that any illegal developments are happening, or if you're aware of any activities that are somehow negatively impacting or damaging heritage resources, please report it to us. That is very important. We need your eyes and ears on the ground. We can't be everywhere. So if you're aware of, let's say, a vandalized rock outside where there's graffiti on it, or just some illegal developments where you're aware that it damages heritage, please report it to us. The second point, it relates to permitting processes and is mainly a call to curators and collections managers. We don't often, or mostly, don't know the extent of collections and the number of material that is being accessioned in a collection. So that's why we rely on the curators and collection managers to make good ethical and knowledgeable decisions when you write your consent letters that you submit or that are being submitted to us for permit applications for export or destructive analysis. So if possible, even establish a committee if necessary. So just very briefly, the next point, it also goes to the museums. Please try and, or not try, but please, it would help with the management of collections, to be proactive, engage with other museums and collections for best practices and standards, form a network, exchange ideas, exchange policies, procedures and practices. A lot of museums already have very good policies, they have very good practices. So, and then other museums in some areas might struggle a little bit. So it would be wonderful to see some kind of network that is being formed even between the museums. Usually they come to us and then we try to mediate, but if such a network could be established, then yeah, that would be very helpful. And the same goes for the management of sites. So we have some management authorities of national heritage sites that often work a little bit in isolation. So if these could also engage and help each other with policies, with MOUs, with heritage agreements, how to deal with landowner issues, and so on and so on, that would be very helpful. and we're keen to help with any of that. So please contact us if you have any questions, if you would like us to help form a network, if you'd like contact details of other management authorities or similar, please contact us. So the slide that I had up in the last 2 minutes now while I was talking, it shows all the names of the members of the APM unit, all the email addresses. So just from me, please, we're always open to people contacting us. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachna, for that. Please contact us. Please contact us. We are available, so contact us. That's what she's saying, and that's what the SARA team has been saying this week. The next one is built environment. Ben, are you ready? Can you go ahead, please?
Good morning and welcome to everyone. Thank you for joining us.
Right, thank you all for joining us. My name is Ben Mwasinga. I'm the manager of the Built Environment Unit at SARA. I did present on Tuesday, and today's presentation, very briefly, is just called The Missing Tier. I think Simpiwe laid out a good foundation for what I'm about to talk about, and I'll just very briefly state that I'm also happy to hear that Salga is here today, because as Simpiwe stated, one area which is underexplored or maybe not even utilized is our local authorities in terms of conservation management. Now, very briefly, the very first paragraph of the Act speaks to an integrated management system for heritage resource management at all levels of government. Now, SARA was established in the year 2001, and subsequently we had our provincial heritage authorities established as well. And since then, as was pointed out earlier, we have never, or a provincial heritage authority has never devolved. You see, provincial authorities need to devolve their functions to local authorities in order for them to be deemed as competent. And since the enactment of our National Heritage Resources Act, this has never been done. And I think it's quite critical to note that I feel, especially with metropolitan municipalities that are very well resourced, specifically in the built environment. They have architects, they have surveyors, they have town planners. I feel that local authorities might just be a crucial link in terms of us basically achieving our mandate, but also getting extra penetration into those areas, especially the rural areas, where we find that heritage resource management might be lacking as compared to urban centers and big cities. So I just want to reiterate that in the very first paragraph of our Act, it states that local authorities are also meant to be playing a role in conservation management. So my second slide, I just want to point to Section 8. And if you were at my presentation earlier this week, I spoke to Section 28, and I spoke about the importance of developing regulations for protected areas and the role that local authorities have to play then. But as Simpiwe also stated, there is a 3-tier system for heritage resource management as envisaged by the Act. And again, and under Section 8.1, it states that SARA is responsible for national resources, provincial authorities are responsible for provincial resources and grade 2 resources, and that at a local level, local authorities should be responsible for grade 3 resources. What we find right now, the status quo as it stands, is that provincial authorities are in fact responsible for both grade 2 and grade 3 resources. And again, no local authority has been given that competency to essentially manage grade 3 resources. I would go further and say that heritage resource management, or at least in the built environment, will require SARA, as has been stated throughout today, to coordinate these functions. We then need our provincial authorities to be responsible for representing the regional interest in terms of conservation management. But most importantly, the missing tier, which again is the name of my presentation, is the local authorities. And ultimately, this leads to conservation by, heritage resource management by conservation groups and the communities themselves. So I believe that in order to have a holistic system, a sustainable system, and a system that is representative of all groups at all levels, there needs to be a complete system where SARA, provincial authorities, local authorities as represented here by SALGA, and conservation groups are essentially in unison in terms of conservation management. So I don't have a lot of time for this presentation, but I just want to emphasize that the one area that I will be pursuing and looking at is empowering local authorities with the provinces so that they can also play a greater role in conservation management. And in those instances where provincial authorities cannot fulfill those functions, SARA has by default taken up those functions. But I would also argue that the Act makes provision that any kind of arrangement or heritage agreement can be reached with any unique area, so that maybe instead of having PRAs with their committees, or maybe sometimes there are no PRAs committees that can fulfill these functions, we can maybe empower our local authorities to take up some of this backlog in terms of our management of our resources. Right, that's my presentation, and thank you all very much. Thank you, Chair.
We are coming, and please keep your doors opened to make sure that the local authorities can help us in promoting and protecting our heritage resources. We often say communities, and at the moment, these communities are the unemployed youth of this country. And we need to find a way. Heritage has opportunities for them to be skilled and play a role in heritage resources management. Thank you, Ben, for that. The next presentation is from our burial grounds and graves, an area where we receive lots of community complaints around destruction of their heritage. Mimi, please go ahead. Mr. Madida, is it you or Mimi who are presenting in this case? I'm going to go on to the next presentation while you are getting ready. Ms. Regina, for Heritage Objects Unit. And while she is getting ready as well, I would like to recognize a very new partner in our heritage resources management. In this forum, we have Lieutenant Colonel Speed from Hawks. And so we are very excited because it means that crime that's related to heritage resources has space where it will be investigated. Ms. Regina, please go ahead. A note about the connection issues with regards to BGG. Ms. Regina, are you ready?
Can you see my screen?
We can hear you, but the screen not yet.
Can you see me now? Can you see it now?
Not yet, ma'am. It's about to. Thank you. We can see it. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
everyone. So I prepared a couple of slides, but I'm just going to focus on one of them, which I think is crucial, and we do have time constraints. So as the Heritage Objects Unit responsible for regulating the movement of heritage objects among other functions, I want to focus on the fact that we need more partnerships. And so what I've done is I'm looking at what I call heritage sector partnerships, and we find that most museums that we have been working with, whether it has been theft, or whether there is a declared object or collection, or any other challenges, we find that museums in close proximity to one another do not engage. There are skills in all our institutions, and one of the challenges in our country is that we don't share with one another. We do not share skills, and I think in the management of heritage objects, particularly the conservation thereof, it is important that there is skill sharing within museums. And then with universities, we do work with some of the universities, but I do know of an example where when a university developed a heritage policy, they actually made use of the heritage policy of another university. That's the only two that I know of. But I think that it is important, you know, that universities also share ideas and skills and resources, you know, when it comes to the management of the heritage objects in their custody. And the same goes for state-aided entities. We find that all state-aided entities who are responsible for informing SARA if they intend to alienate heritage objects, and they also must look after the heritage objects in their custody, that they too can share skills and information and practices. That's one of the other challenges we find, that with most state-aided entities, they are not really fulfilling those functions and they are not complying. So that's heritage sector partnerships that we would want to see taking shape. And then SARA cooperation partnerships. Now here we do need the partnership with customs. We very recently met with them, and it seems as if they are now interested in training you know, the staff who are at the coalface when objects enter and exit the country, because that is a huge challenge for us at the moment, because the fact that there are no systems in place at customs actually contributes to illicit trafficking. And then, of course, Kwame has mentioned that we've got the Hawks on our side, and we've really seen the benefits of that, and the interest, you know, that one can actually see growing. There was the very first court case on Monday where there was theft in the museum in George, the Transport Museum, and the matter was taken to court, and that was quite an interesting development, and some of the lessons that we learned there, I think is going to aid us going forward in reporting on heritage crime. I've mentioned state-aided entities, so we do have some relations. We've got a relationship with DPW. They did contribute to the discussion on the Section 9 regulation, but it needs to be more engaging. It needs to be more. DPW should actually be that entity that is the example for other state entities in how they manage heritage resources. So it is, as much as we do have relations with some of the state entities, there are very, very many more, and we need to ensure that that we have those partnerships, and that we share the skills, the standards for how these heritage resources that are in the custody of state entities are managed. And then, of course, auction houses are a very important role players. We do have relations with some of them, but we need more, because we see more and more auction houses selling off very important objects and collections. We've had the example of the book that was owned, the book that Saul Plaatje inscribed, the only one of its kind, that was auctioned by an auction house. And this matter was also reported to the Hawks. But we need to ensure that auction houses understand that they need to cooperate with SARA. And some of them actually do know the legislation. So it does sometimes become surprising to see that they're actually actively engaging in selling off what forms part of the national estate. And of course, there are very many examples. An auction house very recently also sold books associated with Jan Smuts that is at UCT. So these are the kinds of challenges that we have, and we need to get buy-in from auction houses. We are fortunate at SARA in that we are constantly made aware of illegal export and objects that are stolen from museums, and even sometimes private owners inform us of, if artworks or whatever is stolen from their homes. So very fortunate in that. We are also informed when there is non-compliance with Section 9, and so we do have people in the heritage sector that keep their eyes and ears close to the ground, and without whom we're not going to be aware, we're not going to be able to ensure that we preserve heritage resources for future generations. But we encourage, more and more people to do so. And lastly, for when it comes to the management of heritage objects, because they are in museums, and some of them are obviously privately owned, unlike perhaps with or archaeology, where you find communities at the coalface of those heritage resources. It is not the case with heritage objects, and that is something that we are very aware of, and something that we would like to address, and we will continue raising awareness to ensure that communities are informed, and that they participate in the identification, management, and conservation of heritage objects. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Regina. We will certainly follow up on those partnerships, and the people in this seminar, I am sure, as part of those that we will contact soon after. They say strike iron while it's hot, and in this case, we must do exactly that. Lisa, for maritime and underwater cultural heritage, please go ahead.
Thank you. Is my presentation visible? All right. So I did have this slide up, and I'm not going to spend as much time as it would take under normal circumstances, but I just wanted to re-emphasize and remind everyone, especially for those who didn't attend the MUCH webinar on Monday, that the management of maritime and underwater cultural heritage is really a massive mandate spanning over an enormous geographical area, and also including a great diversity of different types of heritage resources, from the obvious sort of shipwrecks and maritime infrastructure like lighthouses, boatyards, and harbors, but also sacred sites associated and associated oral traditions, intangible heritage that's attached to inland water bodies, contact sites between foreign mariners and South African people during prehistoric times, and survivor camps, shipwreck memorials, and so on and so forth. It's really a massive mandate, a huge remit, and a very, very small team and very few resources. So capacity at SARA currently is limited to 3 dedicated archaeologists staffing the MUTCH unit. They're responsible for determining not only what needs to be managed, which is really the point of departure and one of the most important questions, but where it is and how to manage it. And in addition to this, there are fewer than 10 active specialists currently working in South Africa. So although in addition to the fact that we have our own internal limited management capacity, we're not very well aided in identification and research about maritime and underwater cultural heritage, because there are just so few people actually working in this field and doing anything within the space. So it does come with its set of management considerations as well. Unlike terrestrial archaeology, they require very careful handling, and in as much as all of the other fields, subfields of heritage management do have their challenges. We struggle specifically with issues around intangible heritage, the accessibility to sites, the fact that sites are underwater and people feel disconnected from this aspect of our past. And also because they're underwater, we a lot of the time don't know what's going on down there. So there's been a huge amount of commercial salvage in the past and unfortunately still occurring. Critical partnerships for management of maritime underwater cultural heritage is that we really need the public and divers especially to help us be eyes and ears on the ground. The only 3 of us, we're based in Cape Town. We try to implement this mandate on a national level, but we cannot be everywhere at once. And there are huge stretches of the coastline that we're not currently able to monitor. So really reports coming into the unit are incredibly important, and it's something that is really so easy to do and so accessible. Is just to give those reports to SARA. We specifically need partners in managing specific sites. So great partners for us, for instance, are marine protected areas and reserves that may have underwater cultural heritage within them, because they already have their own monitoring and management protocols within those spaces. It's easy to integrate and for us to cooperate in that way. We also have other types of custodians and site managers that can help us to manage sites at a more kind of local level. Although it's a national mandate, that doesn't stop the fact that we really require this on the ground assistance. Education and training is really important. As I've said, there's so little capacity, so we really need to build this, but not only to build capacity, but also to change the way that we talk about underwater cultural heritage and the stories that we tell. Historically having connotations between maritime heritage and sort of this unpleasant colonial aspects of our history, and to try and turn those stories around and try and talk a little bit more about our relationship and the significance of it, our relationship with the ocean and its resources. And universities are key partners in this, and it's a great opportunity for universities to contribute towards that very important discussion. And also at the school level, and definitely within dive schools and spaces where other ocean users are being trained, to help them to understand, how they can contribute towards this. Provincial and municipal management authorities also, again, important in as much as it is a national mandate. PRAs such as Heritage Western Cape, being a coastal provincial heritage resources authority, also has a role to play in terms of much management. We have large stretches of reclaimed land within Cape Town that in some cases could have underwater cultural heritage resources in those spaces, and it's important to be aware that we are partners in the management of that area. And municipal authorities such as the City of Cape Town have been really great in coming in and helping us with reporting things like Flossom and Jetsam, or historical artifacts on the coastline. And it's really important for us to strengthen those partnerships within other areas as well, and not just locally within Cape Town. Obviously, cooperation with environmental scientists, particularly in spaces like Marion Island, that are so inaccessible and where we have such limited ability to conduct monitoring, is really important. Our partnerships with museums, definitely. We've got great relationship with Iziko. We've got an excellent relationship with East London Museum. But there are other potential partners as well that can help us in this management. And then other partners such as law enforcement, definitely customs. We also have our issues with maritime artifacts leaving the country, given that cargoes of historically wrecked vessels were often quite valuable. So this is something that does come up from time to time. And then very importantly for underwater cultural heritage is to highlight the internationality of that heritage, particularly in the context of shipwrecks from foreign flag states, and our other partners like UNESCO, who we are insofar as we're signatories to UNESCO conventions that speak to the management of underwater cultural heritage. And thank you very much. Please get in touch with us. Either via any of the email addresses listed or via our Facebook page.
Thank you, Lisa. Prof. Oswald, thank you for your comment. SARA declared Lake Funduti in Limpopo as a national heritage site, and the difficulty we have there is the significance of Lake Funduti is in its inaccessibility to the rest of it's exclusive. So it means that the indigenous knowledge systems, in terms of recognizing the role of the people whose heritage is significant, to play a role in helping us to manage it and to continue to protect it. So thank you very much. We will certainly follow up on this partnership with Nelson Mandela University. Thank you, Prof. If we can give space to burial crowns and graves. Mimi, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Komi. Can you see my presentation? Is the presentation visible, Komi?
Yes, we can. We can see your presentation.
Good afternoon, CEO, executives, SARA council members, CEOs of DAC entities. I would also like to recognize my former boss. I saw him, Mr. Ndadesibai, distinguished guests, all protocols observed. My name is Mimi Seatelo. I'm the manager for burial grounds and graves at SARA. My colleagues have given a lot of information. I would not really be going into those presentations because they are already uploaded. I'm just going to deliver on what Ben said. Ben said, just give us your wish list today in terms of partnership. Our mandate as SARA's Burial Grounds and Graves, we are legislatively mandated to identify, conserve burial grounds and graves older than 60 years. For us as a unit, throughout the presentations that were done by my colleagues yesterday, it is imperative that SARA strategic partners support the management of heritage resources in their respective provinces. It will assist SARA a lot to manage heritage resources. For instance, we administer Section 36 of the National Heritage Resources Act. The devolution of this particular section, which is Section 36, if fully implemented in provinces through competency assessments, meaning that if most PRAs can get this competency, meaning that they should be able to do their own permitting, be able to build memorials, be able to attend to cases. That will assist, it will alleviate contravention cases, because we deal with sensitive cases, as you know, that graves of cultural significance are really impacted upon in any development because of our past, which is forced removals. When people were forcefully removed, they had to leave their graves behind. And as such, we deal with cases of resettlements whereby now they feel that we have been moved from Mpumalanga 10 years ago. Others would say that this mine relocated us, but they left our graves. So we want our graves with us. So it is very important that that be addressed, and we empower our PRAs, particularly in that particular section, because when we look at the general principles of heritage resources management, which is in our Act, it clearly stipulates that when we manage heritage resources, we need to take into cognizance the culture and the heritage of the people. So as a national regulatory body, it is very important that we do this. This will promote and protect management of heritage resources in harmony. And it will assist us not to have a helicopter approach where we land in a province and do work without involving the province and the PRA. So our wish list as the Burial Grounds and Graves Unit, because we are inundated with phone calls of desecrated graves, we would like this function to be given attention, and we are even willing to assist in empowering these PRAs to be able to perform these functions, because it takes training. You need to understand stakeholder engagements, because dealing with graves of cultural significance, it's a lot, because it also includes the liberation struggle and your concentration camps. My presentation is not long. As I've said, that Ben said I must just bring the wish list. SARA strategic partners. The Department of Mineral Resources and Environmental Affairs. Whenever there's any development, particularly when they send out invitations for interested and affected parties, SARA is one of those entities that receive that communication. However, our communities are not that empowered. They usually come at the tail end and get frustrated when they realize that their graves are going to be relocated. Hence, we are saying as Burial Grounds and Graves, and we are saying as SARA, community involvement during consultations is very, very important. And we would like to partner with these two institutions, because during the phase of environmental impact assessment consultations, and during that phase, before they get the mines get mining rights, the communities need to be sensitized if there are graves that are going to be impacted, in order for them to prepare themselves. Because when it gets to SARA, the Burial Grounds and Graves have to go through a process, meaning that we need a compliant permit. And if the permit is not compliant, it means that the community members are objecting. The family do not want to give consent for the relocation of their ancestral graves. So it is very important as government that we work together. So these are the most important strategic partners that we have listed below. Then the Department of Traditional Affairs is also vital, because mining companies in villages, the impact on there's a lot of impact on community, the next of kin claiming graves in mining areas. Now, once there's mining opportunities, it is important that the Department of Traditional Affairs gets involved, so that the mining company knows who is the king, who is the chief of the area. Because what happens is, once traditional protocol is followed, it makes work easier for SARA. When SARA issues permits, then they know exactly who to talk to, how to engage the community. But usually communities are not even aware, and it is the wrong communities that would claim graves that do not even belong to them. And then comes the issue of compensation. So now the Department of Traditional Affairs, if they come in as a partner, they will be able to guide in terms of who is the relevant chief to deal with this particular community or this particular villages. Because now SARA is getting lots of litigations that comes from communities, because now they're reading our legislation, they're empowered. They're beginning to understand that they do have rights over graves that are over 60 years. But if we partner with the relevant departments, we will be able to alleviate all these problems that we encounter on a daily basis as the Burial Grounds and Graves Unit. The Department of Military Veterans also is one of the stakeholders. Of course, I think we are almost done. The National Department of Arts and Culture is almost done with signing of the MOU to deal with military veterans on repatriations and so forth. The Missing People's Task Team, they are also a very important stakeholder for SARA. They are an important stakeholder for SARA because they deal with repatriations outside the country. And some of these repatriations, they are liberation struggle icons that needs to be protected in terms of Section 36 of the National Heritage Resources Act, which is permitted under the Burial Grounds and Graves Unit. So it is important that when the remains arrive in the country, they get that protection. And the CEO of SARA is aware that she has granted permission to apply the Section 56, which empowers SARA to perform functions of a heritage resources authority outside the country, outside the borders of the country, of course, with the Department of Arts and Culture and the permission of the Minister of Arts and Culture. So the Missing People's Task Team is a very important stakeholder, which we approached because we realized that there are human remains that have been coming in, and at the end of the day, they are not protected. What is the point of bringing them home and you still don't protect their remains? Another stakeholder is tourism. The distribution of Section 36 brochures in all these tourism facilities will assist and empower communities. For instance, our tour guides will be able to issue these brochures where people will be able to read about SARA, what we do, meaning that all units of SARA, not only the Burial Grounds and Graves Unit, because sometimes, we need to reduce a little bit of the technical language that we use and reduce these brochures into a simple form that would be understood by our communities. So this will assist us a lot. And, also engaging the tourism department to have tour guides for these memorials that we are building around the country, and empower communities to appreciate their heritage. Because when you look at Section 44 of the National Heritage Resources Act, it also says that SARA must construct memorials to educate and also for public enjoyment, research, and other things. So now, if you have tour guides, they will be able to empower communities, and we will have less of vandalism on these sites. Also, developers visiting centers can have access to brochures with information. And then the municipalities, they also need to play a role, because most heritage resources are under a jurisdiction of a municipality. So it is important, for instance, with the Burial Grounds and Graves, we do not issue a permit if we do not know where these remains are going to be buried, because we are saying we need, as an agency, as a regulatory body, the remains must be buried in a municipal cemetery, and it must be dignified. So we often find ourselves in a situation whereby it's the district municipality versus the local municipality. So we really need to empower each other, sign these MOUs so that we understand why they understand why they need this. We need these stamped letters because it is part of our process at SARA before we issue any permit. And it will also assist that these remains get registered so that when these families come back to SARA and say, we do not know where the remains are buried, we are able to say that we are actually able to go back to our records and know that, no, we got a stamped letter, this is where the remains are actually buried. So these strategic partners are very important. And lastly, the Commission for Cultural, Religious and Linguistic Community, the CRL Commission. This is a very important stakeholder for SARA. Like I said, that I would not be repeating what the colleagues have already said. Without these strategic partners, it becomes difficult for SARA to issue a Section 36 permit. In a developing country, in an ailing economy, developers are actually signing contracts with mining companies, and we are holding them with these permits if we delay. Now, this commission will assist us to negotiate with families for compensation because SARA doesn't have a policy on compensation of families. It is very, very important that the commission assists SARA. We have a clear MOU that has roles and responsibilities, as we cannot be holding people's livelihoods, if I have to put it that way. Most specialists rely on these contracts from mining companies. And if families are having problems, it can take up to a year or two to actually negotiate. But then if we have processes running with the CRL, with SARA, as well as these mining companies who are always willing to assist, it will assist the South African Heritage Resources Agency to fulfill its mandate. So these are the most important strategic partners for us to be able to fulfill our mandate and, not be seen as being against development, but we are in a difficult situation as an institution because it's heritage resources versus mining. And at the very same time, South Africa is a developing country. We need to be able to be flexible and assist and engage robustly. Thank you very much. That's the end of the burial grounds and graves presentation. That's all we need from our strategic partners.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mimi, for that. CRL Rights Commission was in the session this past week, and soon after that, we sent them a partnership letter. So we really mean it when we say we are going to strike while the iron is hot. And without further ado, and I'm already pleading with you, it will be, I think, injustice if we rush this session. So I'm afraid we are going to run out of time, but I'm pleading that we do that to share the information thoroughly. If we can ask now our Heritage Properties Management Unit to present their call for partnership. Thank you. Ms. Zaida, you ready?
Thank you, President Director. Good afternoon, everyone. Just give me a minute until I can load up my presentation and you can let me know if it is being displayed.
Yes, it is. You can proceed.
Thank you. So my name is Zaida Ali. I manage the Heritage Properties Management Unit. And as we can see on the slide, the main aim, or at least the main focus of this unit, is to repurpose and manage the SARA-owned properties. So we are often quite mistaken to be the same unit as the Built Environment Unit, But further on, you would see that in the presentation, we are actually two very different units functioning on two different levels. So the management of the properties, or the repurposing and management of the properties that SARA owns, is located across the country, 36 of them, and in 8 provinces, with the exception of Gauteng. I know that I did not have the opportunity in this week to convey this information, so just a little bit of background. The properties that SARA owns, it's not properties that we've acquired out of choice, but they are properties that were initially within the possession of our predecessor, the National Monuments Council. So these properties are mostly grade 2. In other words, they have provincial heritage status, so they fall under the management and guidance of the PRAS. We only have one heritage, a grade 1 heritage site that SARA actually owns. The properties are diverse. It comprises of memorials, grave sites, building structures, all of course within different state of condition. But I think that this presentation will give you a very good idea as to where we're standing in terms of condition status. So I've included this slide at the start of the presentation, really because it really puts into perspective the rising issue we have with heritage assets. And it clearly provides the direction as to which type of partnerships are necessary and will be beneficial for the protection and conservation and preservation of heritage assets. The picture contrast you see here on the side is a structure owned by SARA. And it is one of the structures on a very beautiful landscape situated in Paarl, which is in the Western Cape, and more specifically in the Paarl East region, which is the area within Paarl which comprise more of the middle income to low of the population. So this quote from Dr. Ndoro is very much quite at heart of what we are looking at. So this quote from Dr. Ndoro is very much quite at heart of what we are looking at in terms of partnership. So he says that in areas like this, in terms of partnership like this, where there is so much beauty surrounded by so much poverty, people forget that unless those around it see the benefits, they will destroy it. What exactly and how do we want to approach this rising challenge, and with who, of course? So one of the key areas we've noted is that repurposing must include socioeconomic benefit to communities, while at the same time providing benefit to the stakeholders and the partnerships involved. So with the aim of repurposing and maximizing underutilized buildings or heritage sites which have been identified to have economic potential, preserve and conserve. So repurposing can become a complex issue, especially when determining a best use concept, because quite often highest and best use is equated with maximum profit-making capacity. And I know that this can bring about a sense of uneasiness to heritage professionals, as it is often thought that the essence or aesthetics of a property is lost as soon as it is changed or repurposed. So as the custodians of protecting and preserving and conserving heritage in the country, how exactly do we intend to do this? Well, we do take the following factors into account, such as the character of the building, the historical sensitivity, the lifespan, the market segments, and of course, what socioeconomic benefits it can yield. And in doing so, we see that this will assist in the transformation of the heritage landscape. So in other words, what are normally seen as colonial and untouchable structures, which all of SARA's properties really are, these structures can be repurposed and transformed responsibly into spaces and places that people can identify with. And at the same time, we're saying that the highest profit-making capacity should not be at the expense of heritage. So in repurposing of, and the categories in which they fall are things like minor maintenance, repurposing, permits, research, security and protection. And the levels of partnership that I've noted is, for example, the EPWP program within the DPWI. This is a program that employs youth who are unemployed and are looking for work, and they are sort of delegated then to perform certain very minor works on government or state-owned entities. And of course, this is something that we have been trying for a while, but this will really assist SARA in terms of not just alleviating project costs, but also that there will be an increase of job opportunities for youth. And what more so in having them create these opportunities on heritage sites, because that is where you can sort of build this connection. And then, of course, there's also the DPWI's PMTE, which really has been established to do feasibility and viability studies for its own assets. We have tried to get in there, and we somehow do have a little bit of a foot in the door, but it has been a bit of a challenge. But these are the type of partnerships that we still really need to build on, and we're really hoping that the DPWI can sort of come on board with this. We're also looking at credible private entities in entering with PPPs with them, the municipalities, specifically the local municipalities, sharing in with the integrated development plans, knowing exactly what it is that they see or foresee for certain wards or areas. And then also being able to... Sorry, Chair.
That's what I'm saying. My word. Isn't that what I said?
Sorry, Chair, can I proceed?
Yes, proceed. Yes, proceed, Ms. Zada. Guests and colleagues, please mute your mics. Proceed, Ms. Zada.
Yes, so those are the roles of the municipalities that we see, especially also since SARA has certain structures. It really would be ideal to see that whatever the needs of state are, that they could sort of use these other state-owned structures for its own benefit without having to get into lease and expensive lease extensions with private individuals. And then, of course, the price. We've had issues on terms of permit approvals taking very long, but I think that this cannot, of course, be, not all the PRAs can be painted with the same brush, but it would assist knowing that if PRAs know that there's a permit that's being submitted by SARA, that there would sort of be assistance in expediting the matter. And of course, security, we do have, and we would still like to see an increase in working with the community police forums. We have a wonderful relationship, for example, at the one in Simonstown, where the community police forum is always on guard and sort of, making these sort of patrols around the actual structure, knowing that it is currently vacant and is due for repair soon. And then, of course, the universities. Most of our properties are of colonial descent. And at the moment, what we have are properties that have a narrative that is very one-sided. And this is where we would also like to tap into. And it could be such things such as the history department, research that would really be beneficial in knowing actually what is the real history of the actual site other than those who have written it. And then, of course, other areas such as technical specifications, structural assessments, like we currently do have with CPUT. Some of the master students are coming out to our old buildings and doing structural testing or fabric testing. So these are the things that we really want to be able to hold on more. And I know initially, when you talk about partnerships, really looking at it being, it's hopefully not any money or funds that would go into it. In this case, it's really just a lot more services that we are looking at. Chair, and in this case, I'm hoping that from this session, we will be able to also get some letters rolling out very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zaida, for that. If I can just also acknowledge some of the our guests today from the Gauteng PRA. We have Metebo Khomolokome from the Limpopo Heritage Resources Authority. We have Ntatera Moromo, and we would like to also welcome the CEO of Iziko, Meroxan Omar. So thank you for really making time to join us today. And all guests, please welcome. Some of my panel members are on a tight time there. And so I'm going to switch the gears a little bit and request that the two presentations, the one for heritage protection and the one for the report on the national monuments and memorials and statues come after the panel discussion. So that's a really gear shift, because I really do not want us to miss on the directed contributions of some of our partners. So please allow me to change them, and we move on our program, move to the panel discussion. What we have requested, our panel members who are here at the moment, if we can, and I don't know if it's going to affect momentarily, I just would like you to switch on your cameras, and only the panel members, they know themselves, but I can also just call on them. Kampumlwana and Adekwezi, thank you so much. Mr. Andile, thank you as well. And I know Amafa or Dr. Damoga had to respond to an urgent matter. And who else? Yes, Mr. Ron Martin in the there he is. Welcome. That's why at the moment is the three panel members that we have to engage us. Prof. Cherukuri is at the moment chairing a UNESCO panel discussion, and he has indicated that he will join before we finish. So at the moment is, and thank you so much, our panel members. Chair Ndatis Rekwani, are you there, Chair? All right. So it's, thank you, Chair. Thank you so much. And we will start off with the question that we posed, really, and based on your expertise and experience in the heritage sector, is how can we better and effectively coordinate heritage resources management, looking at the spectrum of the role players, interest parties that we have in this sector, from those who create to those who tell the stories, living heritage, and so how can we better coordinate heritage resources management? And I pose these questions to you, and I would like to give you a platform to just share with us in terms of your thoughts on this, cover what is the status of our heritage resources management coordination. Do our stakeholders know that they have a role to play? I would like to give you the opportunity, Chair, Ndate Sarakwani, if I can start with you, please go ahead.
Kikoni, thank you to the South African Heritage Resources Agency, the DSEC, and everybody else that takes interest in the heritage of the country. I prepared something like 4 to 5 slides. I don't know if Cynthia wishes to share that.
Because that's me trying to, on the one hand, make a summary of the wish list from the different units, but also just to try and make a claim as far as the ask for partnership is concerned. I would like to speak more to not just partnership as we understand it, but more to participatory partnership. And please underline just the concept construct, for lack of a better phrasing, the participatory partnership. And what would that mean as far as the effective management of heritage resources is concerned? I think we've been really hearing every single presentation speaking to this is the kind of partnership we need. I'm wanting us to explore a little bit on what it looks like when it is participatory partnership, not just your generic partnership as we know it. And we do that quite easy because we can give a wish list as far as the partners is concerned. But what does it really mean for pragmatic practices? So that's basically what I would like to speak to, and then all my panel members can weigh in. They can also just criticize some of the thoughts that I'm putting forward. So for me, participatory partnership, it's what's central to that. It's identifying shared value. I mean, heritage is quite vast and it's quite broad. So we need to start actually looking at interrogating what is that speaks to us as shared value, and in that way we can leverage a sort of a combined strength of each partner to achieve a level of impact that will not be accomplished by somebody or on their own. So fundamental for me, and I speak to that as core values, is it's a value of commitment, it's a value of patience and persistence. And then, of course, there's an element of transparency, equity, and then, of course, respect. My observation is that for the longest time, because an agency like SARA has a legislation and everybody else that does have a legislation wants to run as a solo as far as the implementation of a particular legislation is concerned. And we've realized that we cannot do this alone. We need people that are actually also taking, etc. Earlier on, I spoke about shared interest, that also take interest as far as the heritage is concerned. And maybe we need to also do a legwork and ask, whose heritage are we actually trying to manage? And why do we want to take leadership of somebody else, and maybe research and reposition ourselves in the broader context of narrative, the conversation around heritage. And once we find whose heritage it is, that we start actually really working from that and back to the power that we have as an agency might just be one of those. So my observation is purely because there's a strong solitude, and solitude proved to us that we do not have the necessary resources, money, manpower, and so we could continue. So there is this plea for a sort of a partnership for that particular reason. And of course, in the solitude, there's also competing interest, and some of this competing interest might be emerging from your political interest, but also your economic interest. So when we're not establishing and we're not intentional as far as the participatory partnership is concerned, we might find ourselves a little bit in trouble, and it is probably the case today. So when we want to move to a participatory one, then we have to an extent actually start establishing what I prefer to call a functional nexus through the lens of this participatory partnership. So if everybody will understand that there's a legislative mandate And then, of course, we understand that in the legislative mandate, there's identification, conservation, and management. But we need to really negotiate that functional nexus. It cannot be imposed on anybody on how to actually go about identification, conservation, and management when it is not a negotiated process. And I want to immediately say that if you want to really establish a participatory, I don't want people to come to me with a policy. I want people to already workshop a concept note so that I feel like I am a part of this conceptual process and I am not the part that just have to rubber stamp what somebody else could have to an extent actually already established without taking my personal interest, whether political or otherwise. Somebody needs to understand that I have a vested interest as far as the definition of heritage is concerned, especially because we want to reclaim our understanding of heritage from both colonial and apartheid kind of regime, the governments that never actually acknowledge other people, particularly those that are in the marginal sense of contributing to what we understand as heritage today. The NARA as it is, it's a copy and a paste of the Monuments Act. At what point are we going to open it up for the public and that we intentionally in understanding how people interpret this piece of legislation so that it serves us? It does not serve a particular kind of an interest group. So when we are intentional and we understand participatory principles, the conceptualization already means that I need the people that takes interest here. I want to see validation meeting. I want to be forming part of the piloting, the implementation, and then of course the monitoring process. And maybe then we can start talking about sustainable management of heritage resources, because then we are clear in terms of roles. My role, your role, and our role. And once those roles are clear, whether there's some element of contestation, because that's the nature of heritage, right? It's contested for many reasons, whether there's contestation or not. But the fact that we already understand that might help us to start at least talking about sustainable management of heritage. I've got a slides that make a case for partnership, but particularly participatory, that we need to actually define issues that partners will tackle. One, for me, question will be, what is the partnership meant to achieve? Second is, what is the desired impact? Then the functional nexus have broad themes that I think for us, it is actually that legislative interface. Where does all of this legislation intersect? Let's identify and create some level of synergy, right? So shared interest in some of the concern, particularly around issues of spatial transformation or broadening the heritage landscape. And we need to accept that there is contestation as far as memorialization and memory in South Africa is concerned, given our buried kind of interest, but also our history. And then, of course, we need to look at the point of sharing knowledge, expertise, and experience. And for me, very important is that we should really be clear in terms of the outcome. Sustainable change, only when we claim emancipatory, only when we become value-driven, only when we drive a systemic approach. And one of the elements that is really lacking for me, and this is just baseline and fundamental, because I do not hear schools that wants to take leadership as far as the incorporation in their curricula or their offering of heritage as one of the domain as far as the education is concerned. We've got museums that are reduced to build structures that codifies, that reduce the rich narrative into a particular object. And that's why they become targets of protest, of discontent. That's why our statues become targets of discontent, because they have been reduced to objects, and this object nobody talks to. I mean, somebody must please raise their hand and tell me that the last time I was visiting a particular statue, there was at least a note that says this statue was erected because there's this particular narrative that needs to be. Where am I supposed to go read about that when the statue exists in my community? As soon as I am not so happy about the service delivery, that's the first statue that's going to be brought up. I'm quite sure that there are other many reasons as well that can contribute to this. So I would like to see that we're starting to see, and I don't know if there's anybody from the sector education here forming part of this particular seminar. I would like to see the sector education as one of the key partner in making sure that they disseminate, they communicate the rich text that comes with what we're doing as far as heritage is concerned, forming part of the curricular offering. And if you're doing that, well done. If you're not doing it, please, let's get on with it. And of course, the last, I believe, last slide is going to be to try and really bring what I call a functional approach, and Loloski has written quite well as far as what he meant, or what it should look like is concerned. 3 of them. We need to move from monuments to people. We need to move or reclaim our heritage material from objects to function. And then, of course, we need to also move from the preservation to purposeful preservation, sustainable use, and development. Now, let's not make this an easy, because it's not easy. Earlier on, I spoke about the pragmatic realities that speaking to the struggle of over memorization and commemoration that is emanating from the competing heritage interest and also competing political interest. You can include also the competing competing economic interest. Spatial transformation in a post-conflict society, it is inevitable, but let us also seize the opportunity to ensure that our heritage practices reflect history in a way that respect the heritage of all citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Ndate Srakwane. Thank you so much. If we can gauge in there, is Ndate Kwesi is still on? If you can share with us, Ndate Srakwane just said that there is competing priorities, and so the impact of heritage resources management on this. So you can go ahead and present that. Go ahead.
Hello, thank you, Chair. Just a moment, I'm going to see if this will allow me to share.
We can see your presentation. Just go to the slide mode. We can see it.
Okay. It's all right. Chairperson?
Mode.
I am on slide mode. Are you getting it?
Maybe it's still coming through. We don't see, not yet on the slide mode, but you can proceed. We got it. We got it.
Okay, wonderful. Firstly, CEO of SARA, Program Director, all the esteemed colleagues that are present and that will join this later on. Thank you so much for giving ourselves and the MHC the opportunity to reflect on this very important discussion. Where I am correct and compliant with the law, it is the view of MHC, and where I am rebellious and different from the law, it is my view, and my rights are reserved in that regard. Thank you very much. I think a lot of very relevant points have been raised by the other colleagues, and they provide a very useful set of angles from which to enter the discussion about heritage management coordination and partnerships. But I think one important starting point is the preamble of our Constitution. If someone looked at the preamble the way that it is, you would think, wow, this is the most heritage of constitutions that you have seen. And what has bothered some of us is how then with a preamble like that, you don't have a heritage cross-cutting indicators in the different spheres of government, in the different departments, in the different clusters. Something is not, okay, something can be improved and something can be fixed. And already the preamble of our Constitution, I think, is a strong enabler. because in the macro picture of heritage coordination in South Africa, I think there can be better recognition of the ways in which heritage touches on more areas than where it currently is located, or than what is currently defined. I'll try and reflect on a few of them towards the end of my input. And I think the last speaker touches on some of them, the issue of social justice. I want to mention perhaps even the linguistic justice and economic justice and so on and so on. The landscape that touches on heritage is very huge, but I think for the purposes of today, we've got our parent department, the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, and perhaps you've got some of its partners, like environment and fisheries on the other side, who deal with the natural heritage. And I like to think that our shareholder department deals with cultural and lived heritage. But you also have the tourism departments and the departments that work with different kinds of infrastructure. You also have the department that deals with traditional affairs, with cooperative governance, the IGR issues, and especially the local government issues. And then you have basic education, higher education, science and technology, with all the work that they are doing on R&D, on indigenous knowledge system and those kinds of things. Then you've got what is generally seen as museums, but it sometimes is historical associations and that kind of thing. Most are in the public domain, the declared cultural institutions and other kinds. You have the private ones. And then you have got the community initiatives like District 6, and a number of others elsewhere. And then I suppose occasionally you've got mixed types. And in our coordination work, I think a lot of the time when we discuss on the presumption that we're dealing with the publicly owned and publicly funded museums. And one area of the coordination of heritage landscape and partnerships is this thing about heritage work in private and in community and in non-state hands. I think it's very, very important, especially given everything else that has happened. And some, as you would have read, are facing the prospect of closing down and so on because of the sheer challenges that are happening. And mentioning tourism again, when the heritage rand is counted, when it's counted at tourism, it's not counted at the heritage sector. And so heritage sector is seen purely as a consuming side of the equation, and its income generating and returns earning is not recognized sufficiently. And I suspect that's got to do with the work that must be done in terms of balancing out the landscape and revisiting the coordination arrangements and the partnership arrangements. Obviously, the SARA, provincial and local, everybody has spoken about it. I don't need to go into detail about it, but it's safe to say that the Schedule 4 element of the Constitution that talks about the segregation of duties between spheres, and I'd like to add there, if there was a schedule that dealt with the traditional authorities as well. It's not completely normal that in a country that has such a big traditional sphere, our heritage definition and our heritage work does not have as clear guidelines as it could have for how the traditional sphere, for example, works with us and how we work with it, and what is it that they control. And then I like to add DIRCO, International Relations Corporation, and South African missions. South Africa's, what do you call it, coat of arms talks about the diverse people uniting. And if you look at the work DIRCO is doing in South Africa, there ought to be a way in which our heritage diversity finds expression in the international relations work better than is currently the situation. I visit some of our missions when I do work for NHC and even in my own private life. And they all lament the lack of how they feel that they are not supported with heritage content that can support the national days that they convene and the various activities. But I think it has to be a lot more structured and a lot more systematic and come out of a deliberate, is the word that the last speaker used now about functional and active partnerships. And I suspect that's one of the underexplored ones, unless things have changed drastically. I work for the National Heritage Council of South Africa, who are established by virtue of the Act 11 of 1999, who are an agency of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, a Schedule 3A entity like SARA. And that slide summarizes the objects that were set out. And I think an important one for today's purpose has got to do with the coordination of heritage management. And then D, I want to refer to integrate living heritage within the functions and activities of the council and all other heritage authorities and institutions at national, provincial, and local. Because now there's a whole lot of background to how this came to be, and I don't think we have got the time, for all of us, for it today. Safe to say, the department has undertaken a series of legislative reviews, and one of the most comprehensive was the one done by the Heritage Agency in partnership with Chidel Thompson attorneys, and they went all the way back. And one of the things that were happening, I think, from the time when we started working in the heritage sector, about 96 or so, was to say, how do we achieve coordination? How do we make sure that these many planned and then existing entities work together on common objectives type of thing? And I think the idea that one day there would be a council that would coordinate all heritage, tangible and intangible, would be born, was the sort of thing that influenced that. And I suspect with the input that was made by Remo Kheti about the streamlining, the reconfiguration, again, it's a lot improved version of the idea that that work must be coordinated, must be streamlined. And when I move away from legislation and just talk about what I understand we're trying to do today, I think we were looking at heritage coordination from the point of legal, policy, and financial. Many times we just discuss it in terms of legal and policy, but the nice thing, if you were watching Remo Kheti carefully, he was talking about also when the policy is being proposed, they also look at costing it, where the resources would come in. And I come back to this issue of the competing interpretations of the meaning and implication of Schedule 4 of the Constitution, especially where some local governments say, no, look, don't talk to us about that's an unfunded mandate, we can't do it. And I suspect some of what the colleague was explaining about how very few or no local heritage resources authorities have been deemed competent, it might also have to do with the level of support that the kind of heritage work we do is supported or not supported at local government level. But of course, there's another kind of heritage work which we don't recognize as heritage, in my view. The zoning, the special arrangements, what is allowed where, and the inner city regeneration, the rural regeneration kind of thing, that is heritage, in my view. And a lot of us do not talk about that and do not interface with it. With a special development framework, it was sometimes not as present as we could be. And I think in the discussion going forward about heritage coordination and partnerships, that's an issue we should look at. And I think the innovation discussion, from the way of fresh new opportunities to the way of improving how we do what we have already been doing in the light of COVID, in the light of unemployment, in the light of all the challenges that face our society, it demands that a systematic innovation process be in place at a macro level, but also at each entity, as it were. And then I would like to think that conceptual and even ideological coordination. I'm using the example that we shift from the idea that heritage is a consumer kind of function to a concept that heritage is actually a resource kind of function. And then and there's a whole lot of detailed discussion that can go with that. And perhaps there isn't time, but some of the colleagues have touched on it. What heritage do we tell? Whose story is it? How do we leverage on the diversity and so on and so on? And then the compliance issue, side by side with service delivery. I think, colleagues, compliance is very, very important, especially in a time when corruption has almost destroyed our society. It's a resource for service delivery, but it's not an end on its own. And so that, in terms of how we reflect and work on heritage coordination going forward and the kinds of partnership, I think service delivery is to really, really get a pride of place, both in terms of the money spent on it and in terms of the effort in measuring it. And compliance should be able to support that. And I've talked about the different role players, and I'm drawing also on your own concept that you meant, colleagues. But heritage has got role players beyond government, and a whole lot of interested and affected parties, and the ideological consideration that comes in. I think the last speaker, I think Mr. Serokwane, a professor, he was talking about the hierarchical approach, if I was understanding him correctly. The one thing about whether are we using equity and redress in dealing with the partnerships that we get into, or do we want to be in charge the whole time? The horizontal and the vertical relationships that underpin and undergird our engagement with our stakeholders, especially those when they don't agree with what our consultants have advised us or with what we are used to. And the one thing about mutually beneficial relationship in heritage management, and a better way of identifying heritage benefits, strategies to realize those, and plans to track that those benefits are being realized by who is supposed to achieve those benefits. And I think this should include how we're going to relate with communities and heritage owners. Because we're civil servants, we're doing this on behalf of, and we're also supposed to be doing it in partnership with. Heritage is a major area of international cooperation, and a whole lot of other countries seem to get into it in terms of the space of aid and international cooperation, or as a way of global positioning and soft power. But that has got benefits in other areas, whether tourism, whether the sale of their own food. I mean, people brag of being able to eat sushi or being dressed in this or that kind of attire. And it comes from a great appreciation of the heritage of the countries that originate that particular drink or beverage or food or attire. And so that lends itself to transsectoral partnerships that are beyond what we are used to say when we have consulted, NHC will meet SARA and 3 other museums. I don't think it's enough. We should have a way to say, how are we going to be talking with the food industry? How are we going to be talking with the manufacturing industry, fashion and clothing design, that kind of thing. And then heritage is also can lend itself to transgenerational kinds of partnerships, so that in a lot better way, especially in situations where a lot of the education system that's happening, good or bad, it says that your grannies are ignorant. The good thing that you will get is here at school. A lot of the time it says that the language that you use is not English, so you're going to be academically impaired. You must go for counseling, you must go for extra classes in English, and this, even though you are a multilingual society. So what then happens is that a lot of children are not able to interact with their grandparents and their great-grandparents when they are still alive. And so huge cultural heritage wealth is lost on a transgenerational basis. And so the work of heritage in terms of partnering with the education sector, private or public, to deal with this cultural genocide that's happening, where transgenerational knowledge will be definitely lost. So I do want to say, notwithstanding all the wonderful progress that has happened in improving the partnerships, it is still suboptimal. There are ways in which it can be improved, as some of these I've mentioned, and there's probably better ways to put it. Some of the role players in heritage, I mean, you've got the owners, the producers, and the beneficiaries. It's not just the funders, it's not just government. You have also the consumers and users who are not always the owners, and sometimes the power relations there are a bit tricky. And then you have the retailers, the people who peddle heritage, and where sometimes distortion can happen and should not happen. And then you've got the decision makers in heritage, and again, that hierarchy issues come in. And then you've got industries and role players who effectively compete with the work that us heritage people do. And we must figure out who those competitors are and what makes them win compared to us if they are running for the same markets as we are. If they are running for the same resources, what makes them get more money than we do? What makes them get more customers, and so on and so on. And obviously, the issue of tangible, intangible, the industrial heritage, the international relations, the planning, the special planning issue, and a whole lot of areas. I mean, one colleague I think was implicating the justice sector from the point of view of judicial, quasi-judicial decisions that are based on Ubuntu. You know, the dispute resolution system that families have got and traditional communities, and the ways in which society globally is exploring how to shift the mindset within the judicial system to become less punitive, to be more restorative, and those kinds of things. So you can see already that heritage has got relevance to different kinds of sectors. I mean, in countries like Somalia and elsewhere, or in the Middle East, even their loan system has got to do with is related to their cultural heritage system. I think there's a word called Zawala system. There's other kinds of systems. So you see, hey, heritage also has got a relationship with the financial sector. People who attend business school, you will know there's always a module they call the Sharia banking system, and so on and so on. That's an example of the way in which some heritages have become recognized even in the financial planning sector, and so on and so on. So because a lot of so-called scientific decision-making, they are not context neutral, they are not culture neutral. And part of a transformed society that's diverse and united, it would also take into account those kind of things, right? And then the status of heritage resources coordination, I think it's reflected in the policy and legislation, and Ramokete did an excellent job in presenting it. It's also reflected in governance and decision-making arrangements, and it's also reflected in this difficult conversation. I think we should reflect on the balance between compliance and service delivery. And I think the other way of looking at this coordination is that funding arrangements, and whether we have a funding formula and set up it's appropriate to the present and to the future, and that's working very well. And when I say programming arrangement, I mean in terms of the program offerings at institutions, between institutions, and outside institutions. And then, of course, the one point about the content that we put out there, the content that we manage, the concept that informs how we arrange it, and the ideological outlook that tells us how we relate to the power setups that are out there. In this way that I repeat over and over again, that it's not only government that works there, and to look at this as a value chain and even as a value matrix, so that no heritage rand is not counted for heritage just because it's in a different pocket or budget, as it were. And these two diagrams are not mine. When the final report is issued, I will attach the proper referencing that goes with them. But I think they show for us an interesting way of just a few of the touch points. There's different permutations on the same kind of idea, but they illustrate that you have disaster management system. 6 months before COVID struck, I went on a course for disaster management in the heritage sector. But we did not touch on pandemics at all, and especially of the kind that then befell upon us. And so, but I won't go into detail about that particular diagram, but it shows you just a sample of some of the areas that are touch points with the cultural heritage work. The one on the slide is, again, it echoes the points that Mr. Mkhithi talked about. You could take the same and look at the version of this on food, on technology, on whatever else. We don't have the time. UNESCO has issued their improved version of what I've been talking about, and they expressed it in the form of cultural domains and related domains. And if you look at it, it is a sort of value matrix kind of approach. And of course, the political economy of that is not reflected. And when we do this discussion in the South African and in the African context and the global South, we must have the political economy side of things. Are the role players aware of their role? I don't know. It sometimes appears that they are, but there are times when you see that even though the cake is so big, we compete for the same things. We try and compete for the same turf, which is totally not necessary considering how wide the range of work that can be done is. And I think one of the things Remo Mkhithi and other colleagues, and now I'm not mandated by his MHC to say this, but as you know, I'm a student of this thing and I write on it. Let's improve on the differentiation of policy and legislative leadership and program implementation and partnerships. I think the department does an important thing where there's a gap and tries and gets work implemented. But I think let's figure out if and when they are implementing agencies, and there's also a parent department that funds and that gives policy leadership, how we should separate the policy and the program implementation work upfront, not as things happen, so that the work of the implementing agencies and the work of the department is a lot clearer. I think there's a lot of improvement than when we started at the time of the democratic breakthrough, but I don't think it's finalized. Then that also talks to when we bring these other role players that I was mentioning in our previous slide, saying they are also relevant to heritage. It's going to be even more important to understand how do they come in and how does it work. And so when I look at the IGR Act, for example, it makes provision for service level agreements. It makes provision for a sector like ours to have its own defined arrangements for IGR setup. In a time when we have a district-based development framework, I think, and also the cluster approach at Cabinet, this should somehow impact how we work. Probably it has. Some of us just don't know because I left governance level work for some time now. But I think in those ways, this thing about the roles could improve a lot better. The quality assurance and compliance, again, is another area where I think some of us are happy to get clean audits, even if we did not do the impact that we should be doing, even though our society did not become more conscious of its diversity, even if our social cohesion did not improve, even if the intergenerational relationships are not as good as they could be, even if our linguistic diversity is not sufficiently protected, even if our cultural heritage does not play as meaningful an economic role as it could have, even if we don't innovate. If we tick the correct boxes, we will get rewarded for a correct and safe, clean audit. And there must be a way to move beyond that if our sector will not shrink and die. Role of heritage in the current times, economic climate and youth unemployment. I think systematic research and benchmarking on the economic applications of heritage to jobs, but also to businesses and to other value chain impacts where things happen as a result of the fact that there is heritage. So very few museums. I've had the privilege to establish and work in two relatively big ones. They're not major employers in themselves, but they can be enablers of a whole lot of associated activities right round. In another time, we can look at the example that's at Constitution Hill, we can look at the example that is at Sharpeville. You say, what is the potential of the activities and businesses that are within walking distance of this to be able to be part of this? And this relates to something some of my retired and esteemed colleagues said, but you guys want us to get into commerce, we're not trained for this, you must bring shop owners with it. And I think they were expressing a particular frustration they were having, but let's have a systematic discussion to say, if we want to coordinate this thing right, what would it take for heritage economic applications to work? And then a conscious thing to say, how will youth in the heritage value chain work? I know everybody says youth are close to technology, youth are close to content creation, to music, this, that, and the other. So how do we leverage on that? And in a whole lot of other countries and sustainability studies, it's clear that heritage is a resource for sustainability, for resilience, for survival, and for renewal. And to what extent can we leverage on those in the South African context and domesticate them properly? And then the application of heritage to social cohesion work. And the issue of generationality comes up over and over again, but it works side by side with the innovation and the navigation of change. Not just management of change, but also navigating, making sense and sort of anticipating it. Recommendations on systems to achieve a more aligned heritage and role management. I think the conclusion of the national policy processes that Remkhidu was talking about and any others that might be missing, it needs to be accelerated. A thinking process that takes into account the IGR framework and the cluster approach and the role players that are outside government needs to get into place very soon. A revised funding framework and formula that is a lot more efficient, that is a lot less cumbersome, and it is a lot more responsive and controllable. And then better separation of policy oversight from program delivery and implementation, and greater segregation of duties, cut costs, and streamline service delivery. And it's not a jab at anybody. We have what we have because of the objective and subjective circumstances that we come from, but we have the opportunity to reflect on the alternatives. And I like to think that this wonderful session that Sarah has brought us into allows those kinds of things to happen in a safe kind of space. And yes, and then a sharper partnership with non-state controlled heritage, and then ways of reducing cost of compliance, considering shared compliance services where possible, a lot more robust innovation system to leverage on emerging technologies. And I use technology not just as in hardware, but also as in software, also as in ways of being and thinking and feeling. Also harnessing opportunities from other sectors that are not currently seen as heritage. I mentioned tourism over and over again, agriculture, science, the traditional and spiritual sectors, the judicial sector, the health sector even. People say 70% of South Africans first consult non-Western health services before they go to a Western service. And in our discussions on heritage, even when the pandemic broke out, there wasn't a guideline on how traditional practices should work, and even on traditional healers and traditional leaders or even churches. It took some time and some lobbying before that was addressed, because I think a lot of us don't see those role players as part of heritage work. And then a way of getting towards cross-cutting heritage indicators that are linked to the national plan and even to regional plans, greater socio-economic role for the heritage sector, And I will probably, I think this is the last slide. I want to mention that, okay, I'm now point, and luckily I'm at the last slide. The interministerial model that is used for the Resistance and Liberation Heritage route, where Cabinet has set up an interministerial committee, there's a champion, there are work streams that sort of harness the strengths of different departments in relation to this particular type of heritage. I suspect it can be used for a whole lot of other areas of heritage, and it might even be championed differently if we're looking at innovation, if we're looking at training and capacity building, if we're looking at international trade, and so on and so on. Colleagues, thank you very much for your time. I'm sorry that I raised things like this, and then I might not be part of how they are reflected in, but I know all of you are very competent to do even better than what I've done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ndati Mpumlwana, for your time, and thank you for your contribution. Really an engaging presentation. So thank you for that. Moving to the next two panelists, we have received, and Ndati Mpumlwana and Ndati Srakwane to a certain extent are very much involved with heritage resources management to a point of saving. And so I would like Ndati Ron Martin and Ndate Andile Ncini to really share with us their thoughts, and do not go through the whole question list that I provided, but through the marginalized communities from Dateron's perspective, that heritage. I know you work with them quite closely. So if you can share with us your thoughts in terms of heritage coordination, how can we better serve those communities and make sure that we are involved with them in conserving their heritage? If you can share that with us, Ndati Ron Martin. You're still here?
Okay. His apology, he has to exit the meeting. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ben. Ndate Andile, if we have identified SALGA as the missing piece of heritage resources management, and so share with us here as the role players in heritage resources management, what are we missing? Why are we not connecting with municipalities? Why are municipalities not engaging actively in protecting our heritage? Please engage with us. Go ahead, Ndati.
Thank you, Chair. Let me start by a brief about myself. I want to long. My apologies, man. I'm outside because I've just landed in East London. So I'm outside because I had to make sure that I don't miss this meeting. I'm saying this because so that you can know my background, so that when I give you a brief about SALGA, you won't even forget it. I always say our brief as SALGA is simple. I will give you the 5 key points that define our role. I always say we are in the Republic of South Africa, but specifically in PE, meaning we represent, we support, we advise, we profile, and we're an employer body. But if you want to know clearly, our role is the one that says it's clearly defined in section 152 of our constitution. And those roles we're supposed to be playing, they are also clearly defined in schedule both 4B and 5B. The part that all the speakers that they are raising, that there's a missing link at local government. Thanks to the latter speaker, Obaba Mpumlwana, has just cleared one role, so I won't be long on it. The one that says all of us in South Africa, we have got one bank, which is our Reserve Bank, which gives various departments and the entities aligned within those departments, like an agency like you, and those who are part of Schedule 3A, as we are part of it as well. So what's important, Chair, it's the fact that we all need to understand that the budget that we are given, it also the function, if the function it's supposed to be at national level or provincial level, when it's taken to the local government, that budget is supposed to follow that function. Unfortunately, most of the time it does not. So what do? We always try to form, whether you call it an MOU with structures, like in your case, we did make it clear to the minister when she invited in the MINMEC, your last MINMEC, that it is not a favor when we are part of MINMEC, because the IGR Act, especially Section 9, Section 10, and Section 21, they clearly define that we are supposed to be in these structures. The fact that we need to formalize our relationship with your department, which is sport in this case, and other departments, it's not a favor. Those things are supposed to happen because when we have that formal agreement, we need to make sure that we do have plans, and those plans must clearly define the roles that you are supposed to be doing, and us as the voice of all our municipalities. You'll recall, Chair, that we represent all our municipalities in the country, which is the 8 metros, the 42 districts, and the 205 local institutions that exist in South Africa. So, Chair, it's important when we're saying there's this missing link, let's make sure we connect, not only connect in this format, we also connect formally, so that even our budget talks to that. I always raise the issue, Chair, that when people want to go direct to our municipalities, our member municipalities, and make sure that our member municipalities do budget, and I always explain that the budget in our municipalities start with a process we call IDP, Integrated Development Plans, because if it's not there, it means that municipality doesn't have a plan of your sphere or your program or your event. But if it has been there. So that's why you always emphasize that all of us, as we are having one bank, let's take our plans straight to our ITPs and make sure that the municipality plans for them, and there is also a budget to that, because if we don't do that, it won't happen. And also it makes us miss on the grants that are relevant within our municipalities. I'll mention one. We do have the MIC, which is the biggest grant in the local sphere. And there's also a 15% allocated for items like this one we're talking about today. And we need to make sure that whatever we are talking about, if it's a serious one that talks to a bigger budget, it talks to a council resolution. So, Chair, let me also emphasize that this is a right moment, because as we are all aware that come the 1st of November, immediately the minister proclaims, we will have new councillors, and us as SALCA, we have a role to induct, to capacitate all the new councillors that will be joining the local sphere for the next 5 years. So it could be a grand idea that most of these items that are raised here, when we do that, it's being packaged in our induction for our new councillors, so that we know in the next term of local government, which will start immediately after we have elected the new councillors, we have packaged the items raised here, and we induct our councillors, and we make sure that there will be delivered through those plans we're talking about. It's also important, Chair, that we mustn't, like what is happening in South Africa will be led by students through the hashtag Roads Must Fall. Then it's only then that we are thinking of the statues that we are having. What must we do? It must come from our plans to change the status quo. Lastly, Chair, I think let me also emphasize that only 2 weeks back, myself, our CEO, and some of my senior managers, we had a meeting with the military veterans where we're talking in terms of how do we chant a way forward. I think that will also talk to the remains of our heroes if we make sure that we run with the program and with the plans. Lastly, Chair, it's also important that I also highlight this issue. Whatever we do, what's important, our CEO always call on the issue of the impact that we want to come with, as I think Umtaka Mpumlwane has just said. And I think our president, just before the COVID, came up with this brilliant idea that all the departments, all the agencies, all the units that are here in our country, let them work through what we call a district development model. And I think if we can follow what our president is saying, most of these items that are raised here, Chair, will be addressed. Because of time, Chair, and I didn't prepare anything, because when I got the invite, I was told that I would be in the panel, I will respond to you. But if you need something, we can quickly do that and submit, so that when you disperse information to all those in this platform, it can be done. With those few words, I thank you, Chair, the presenters, and everyone.
Thank you, Ndade Andile. We really are humbled by your efforts to participate in this session, being outside and just pausing to be part of it. We appreciate your participation. Thank you so much. Dear guests, we really have, it's open for discussions. Are there any comments? Ben, help me read some of the comments that have come up. I posted the questions also on the chat for you to really continue to share with us. I see there is Ben, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chair. The first question I would say, which has been coming up repeatedly, revolves around funding for students from the department. If maybe we can get a response from the department around funding for students. Thank you.
Ndazim Kheti, you're still here. Please, if you can go ahead, Nada, to respond.
Yes, Chair. No, thank you very much. Yeah, no, I was just putting my response to say that
no, all of these applications, as long as they're related to heritage, students are most welcome to apply. In fact, we have extended our arm to the University of Cape Town when we met with various professors who actually made us aware of the many fields related to maritime and underwater heritage and that we were not aware of. of. So it's not a deliberate omission on our part, but it's just to say you have that opportunity, encourage students to apply, and then we will consider the applications. Funding is there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ndadam Kheti. Is it a year-round open process of applications? Just to clarify for our guests.
Ms. Tanda can talk to the procedure or the process of applying, but it runs on a year-to-year basis. The students apply this year for next year, and then they apply, they are returning students, they apply for the following year that way. But Jeanette can explain better because she's the manager of the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tanda. Please go ahead. I think it's an important one so that our guests and partners understand the process. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson. Usually we close the application time at around March every year, and then we start again in November for the next year. So that means that November we send through an advertisement to universities, and then as I say, for next year. What I must say is that students do not apply for themselves. We ask universities to apply on behalf of the students. So basically that is it. It's quite an easy process. We just need a motivation from the lecturer or the supervisor or whomever. And then we need proof of registration and ID copy, etc. So that's it. As I said, it's quite an easy process to follow. It's not open year round, as you asked. It's from March to November. It's closed, but then, as I say, otherwise it's open. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Renette. Ben, are there other comments that you want to read out?
Chair, there was a question from Rose Boswell, and the question specifically was around intangible cultural heritage. And she asked, while living heritage is emphasized, the Act can do a bit more, I think, to advance intangible cultural heritage protection. Are there any thoughts from any of the panelists? Thank you.
I see there is, let me see.
Yeah, if I may chip in, Chair.
Go ahead, Ned.
I did also try to respond to that on the message chat
to say that the department, I think, if I'm not mistaken, that Brajo can confirm that the department, together with SARA and other institutions, are in the process of reviewing heritage legislation in general, including Heritage Act and Cultural Institution Act and many others that are related to the work that the department does. So we have an opportunity then to make some of these inputs, because indeed it's long overdue. The review of especially the Heritage Act is long overdue. So that engagement will then take place once consultations with the public and the sector, most importantly, to begin to take shape. Thank you.
Thank you, Ndate. Ben, if we can allow Dr. Wandile Kasibi to make comments, go ahead, Dr. Wandile.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, and my greetings to everyone, and also special greetings to the speakers and panelists. I would like to apologize that I will not be turning on my video, Chair. A brief one, Chair. I believe that at this point the policy has been finalized. That's my understanding, and I must really appreciate, I think, the work that has gone into it, and also the different consultations that I think the policy has been, has gone through. I think for some of us, Chair, who have been in this sector for many years, and we have done some work, and I'm very happy that there is at least a framework that will guide or that will give guidance on how to basically proceed with some of the outstanding projects, I must say. And now that it is in place, or it's about to be in place, I would like to check as to when, could we be expecting to see some of the repatriations, or the return of some of the human remains, more especially the ones that are identifiable. And I think I've made, I think, a reference to some of the projects that I myself have been involved in, Chair, when I visited the United States, I think about 2 years back, where I was presented with the mortal remains of South Africans whose skeletal remains were stolen from the graves in Port Alfred and donated to the Albany Museum around about 1912 on an exchange, what was then called a skull for a skull exchange between the Albany Museum and the Smithsonian. The Smithsonian sent about 12 Peruvian heads to the Albany Museum, and then the Smithsonian received about 5 human remains, full body skeletons, remains from the Albany Museums, and those, sacred remains were stolen from the graves in Port Alfred. So when I visited the United States, I was presented with these, with these South Africans. And I took photographs as evidence. I have all of that information, but I am interested, Chair, in the next phase. If, for example, somebody like myself, who has also been working, trying to be in contact with the ambassador at the time, His Excellency Nino Mahlang, who was the ambassador at the time, to find ways in which we could have a discussion with the Smithsonian and the Museum of Natural History in New York, and as well as the Penn Museum in Philadelphia. What is the first step now? Now that we know where these remains are, what should we do next? And I'm glad that the framework, the policy is here. So I would like to know, when should we be expecting to see these conversations between these institutions and the people who have been involved in this research work? How do we activate these discussions? Because the Smithsonian is waiting for a communication from us to request for these remains to be repatriated. And I'm interested in that phase now at this point, Chairperson. And I hope that if not in this meeting, maybe at some point, maybe privately, I would be able to get some kind of not a guidance, but just to be somebody just to take me through the processes, because we know where these human remains are, and the question is, how do we get to return them back to where they were stolen from? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Dr. Wandile. Remokgethi, do you want to respond to this one? And we will also try and chip in. Dr. Kumar, I recognize you. Just if the Democratic and Mestander, both of you, can just provide the details there. But also what I can suggest is, can you share your emails on the chat so that we can pick them up for further discussions after the seminar? Remokgethi, do you want to just share a little bit?
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm glad that Dr. Wandile has gone to, has gone so far as to, try to document and conduct some research around human remains that have been unethically collected. This field is a relatively new field, hence the policy is also new and was recently approved. So as a starting point, as I indicated in my presentation, we are starting first by setting up what we call an RRO, Repatriation and Restitution Office. This office, amongst other things, will be expected to develop a criteria for repatriation. Restitution, I would say, it's relatively manageable
because in terms of the policy, it refers to movement of remains or relocation of remains within the country. The key challenge is with repatriation, which involves communication between countries regarding the return of human remains, whether unethically collected or related to our modern liberation struggle. It doesn't really matter, but the fact is that we are now in the process of establishing that office so that it can develop that criteria that will then guide the return. But the simple process that we follow when you want returns of your loved ones or of unethically collected remains to be returned is to write to the department, to notify the department, as is the case with Iziko Museums. They have written to the department to notify us in terms of the remains of Colesberg 20 or 54. That they have these remains in their possession and they would like to restitute them. Then the department takes over the process together with the South African Heritage Resource Agency. So that process is pretty much simple. Even with the international remains, you will just have to notify the institution and then write to the department, which will then engage with SARA. I indicated that this office is to be situated within the South African Heritage Resources Agency, supported by the National Heritage Council and the Freedom Park. So I don't know if that addresses the question adequately, but we can also discuss it on the sidelines. I will post my email and Ms. Tander's emails as well. Thank you, Chairperson.
Will continue further after these seminars. So going forward, thank you, Dr. Wandile. I think it's important that we link with people who are already aware of some of this remains. Thank you. Dr. Kumar, your hand was up. Please go ahead.
Just need to mention at this platform that with all support of Sahara and partnering with CPUT, we are about to establish a center at CPUT. And in that center, initially we started with the characterization of heritage mortar, and further we also going for this analysis on the structures. And yes, there are other avenues which are open for the heritage structures as well as the heritage site in order to restoration, protection, and other purpose. So I request and I invite all of you to be a part of this, and we can share my email as well. And further, even I request DSAC as well as Sahara in order to support us for the African heritage fundings as well as UNESCO fundings in order to carry out research and establish a catalog for the various heritage materials which are there available in the South African context, and that will definitely help us for the restoration and other purpose. So thank you. I just use this platform in order to know that what we are doing. This was a very nice webinar which I have attended, and it give me a good idea about what we are doing and what Sahara and Department of Art and Culture is initiating. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar. The one thing that the program you are running expands heritage resources management professionals beyond, practices in the museum. It links us with what is needed for other related fields as well, such as architecture, engineering. So thank you for that program. I saw a hand of Dr. Guma. Dr. Guma, please go ahead.
To all. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much for the invite. But most importantly, I was very moved in terms of the presentations, which dovetail what I try to were doing with the organization that we have established in terms of heritage. That is the bottom-up approach, which Ndate Sririkwana has alluded to, as well as Kwezi Kampumlwana. Now, when it comes to the case of partnership and cultural education heritage functional approach, what does that entail? Because we engage as our organization, SINACO, with running the Ingaba Langa Legends Awards, looking at that reciprocal link between living heritage and, shall I say, historical heritage. Now, so far, the National Heritage Council hasn't responded positively in terms of our promotion of that relationship. I would like to know from them, what is it that will make it possible that they are able to support the bottom-up approach in terms of the heritage programs that the local communities are promoting. Is my question clear?
Yes, yes, yes. Dr. Kumar, the question is very clear. Dada Srakwani, do you want to respond to it? Dada Quiz is not in here anymore, but I think you can share your thoughts on the bottom-up approach and how the funding institutions such as NHC can be more responsive. Is Dada Srakwani still here? Chair, are you here? And Dada Srakwani is my chairperson in Heritage Resources Management, so I'm not confused when I call him chair.
Are you able to hear me? I'm struggling with internet connectivity.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Right. So the question that raises the point of bottom up, and effectively when we emerge from the bottom, somehow you get lost in translation because your voice is not as dominant as those that are already established at governance level. And we need to be really explicit as far as the incorporation of those marginal and powerless and muted voices is concerned. And I'm not going to try to word it here. I think what we really need to do so that we can loosely translate this into practice, and in that way we can come back to a seminar like this and demonstrate to the people how do we navigate through structures when there is a proposal that come from people that takes interest in their own heritage. So I mean, I can give a conceptual model of that, but that's not going to be helpful. What I'm going to be asking is that we somehow, especially with our HRM, attend to this particular matter, and we can report back with a sort of a really practical example of how do we navigate through this particular process. I am not going to be compromising when I talk to the bottom up, but I probably need to put my word or it's sort of an action to the words that I've shared here. So my invitation to Dr. Kuma, my invitation
to Dr. Kuma is that we engage with you beyond this particular seminar, and in the next time that we meet, we will be using that as an illustrated case study to demonstrate to people how we actually navigate through structures, so that we really encourage that bottom-up approach. I think at this stage that's going to be my response. And so HRM, SARA HRM, there is the responsibility to look at this particular proposal and see how we can also, while we're reviewing the National Heritage Resources Act, incorporate this kind of practices so that it forms part of what we really want to achieve. So that's going to be my response at this stage.
Thank you, Chair, for that. If I can add as well that in that navigation, I think as we move, especially for funding, maybe there has to be a collective support of the authorities, heritage authorities at a local level, provincial and then national. So in the context of where Dr. Kuma is situated, a support of the City of Cape Town Heritage with the support of Heritage Western Cape, and then the national support of SARA to what you are trying to get to with funding approaches, just to support what you are trying to do. I think it can go a long way, that you are not alone as you navigate the ways of accessing funding and resources. That's what I think will also be beneficial. But we can engage further, as the chairperson, that is Rekwane, has just indicated. Thank you. Ben, do you?
Shall I add value here?
Please do.
Shall I add value?
Yes, Doctor.
With the City of Cape Town, with the province,
because the program is referred to as bridging the gap in terms of the juniors and elders, and how do we reciprocate that in terms of promoting heritage and so on, which means that we engage high school kids and the elders in the neighborhood about the significance of heritage management and so on, basing it from the local experiences. I've approached the City of Cape Town in this regard. I've approached the Department of Arts and Culture in this regard, but this is a challenge, because what is said at a policy level is not implemented at the local level. This is why I'm raising this question, the bottom-up approach, because for me, I've gone through all this knowing that this is one of the ways that we can improve our country, especially if now we're talking about the heritage, which is very significant in terms of advancing the heritage management and promotion in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kuma, for your contribution. Thank you. I got a comment that we missed. Ben? Are there comments that we have missed? Yeah?
Sorry, Chair, we are plenty over time, but there is just a comment. Mr. Cargill asked about the status of museums, if there's a difference between local, provincial, and national museums. And I think the question of the importance.
Okay. All right, thank you. Ramokgethi, that also relates to your policy presentation around the museums. If you can just briefly touch on it. I think it's quite important that in this discussion session we respond to as many comments as possible. I see that guest Cavell wants to add to that. Go ahead.
Yes, Chair. I think the issue that I was asking is, in terms of the guidelines around museums, is equal recognition given to not only national, provincial and local museums, but also to institutional and private museums? Because what I understood from the policy was that the recognition criteria goes around quality and access. It doesn't go around ownership. So I was just looking for some clarity as to whether going forward recognition will be given to institutional museums owned by NGOs, owned by companies, owned by private individuals, funded by private individuals, and broader than just national, provincial, and local. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ndet. Remokgethi, can you gauge it?
I'll step aside for the first question. I didn't hear all of it. So let me request Ms. Tanda to respond to the first and second question. But she did respond to Mr. Cavell's question. I think she can just elaborate. Ms. Tanda?
Thank you, Khomotso. Yes, basically when we talk in the policy, we talk about grading. That means local, provincial, and national. We don't talk about, I'm aware that we don't talk about private museums, NGO museums, etc., etc. And the reason for that is that when we had one of the consultative sessions that we had, it was requested by the floor that we only include national museums. I think the idea at that time was that they did not want government to interfere, as it was said at that workshop, in local museums or whatever. So at the moment, national museums are national because they get national funding, and provincial museums are provincial because they get provincial funding. And then I think what we have to look at when we do the grading are things like collections. For instance, we have provincial museums at the moment that do have international significant collections. Now, in my mind, these museums must be national. They must get funding from national government. So those are the things that we must look at. If some of the private museums do qualify and their collections are significant, then yes, then they can definitely be on the list for national or provincial or local museums, and then get funding from national or provincial government. I hope that answers your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tanda. Thank you so much. I think that is a legacy hand, Mr. Cavell.
I must be here, Chair. Sorry.
All right.
Taking it down.
No problem. No problem. I think at this stage, and we do apologize that we have gone to this time over, but we are really, I think, proud that we have shared information that should have been shared. There is just 2 presentations that is left out after all the discussions that we have had around what needs to be done. And I think from our panel presentations, even on the comment sections, we have gotten really challenging questions, some things that we really need to think through. Participatory partnership as the key, heritage as a resource, as opposed to what does not even get mentioned in the value chain of economy. And so I think we have really gotten, so how then do we continue to protect the resources The presentation by our Heritage Protection Unit will give us that, and we will end with the presentation of the National Audit of Statues and Monuments. And so, Ms. Weldon, if you can go ahead, please share with us, how do we go about the process of identification, coordination, process of identification, conservation, and formal protection of resources. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Kumi. If everybody can please just give me a moment while I share the presentation. Are you able to see the presentation?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues, and thank you so much for such an invaluable discussion on how we can better enforce or ensure coordination within our in the management of heritage resources. In my presentation today, I'll briefly cover over the Heritage Protection Unit, but also to focus on what coordination we require in terms of the processes of formally protecting our heritage resources. And then I will be joined by my colleague Kim Ngobeni, who will also then speak to the sort of inspectorate portion of ensuring those protections through the monitoring of our heritage resources, as well as investigating any contraventions. So just as a very, very brief introduction to the unit, in terms of the role that heritage protection has within SARA, it really is to offer the administrative coordination, planning, and monitoring support for the Heritage Conservation Management Unit in formally protecting the heritage resources and investigating the contraventions and monitoring of our national heritage resources. And so through all of this, we work very, very closely with all the units. So just very briefly in terms of the formal protections, and sorry, Kumi, I must apologize because I haven't included the process of nominating, but I'm very happy at the end to quickly bring up a separate slide on that and very, very briefly discuss that. I really did want to focus more in this session on where we would require the coordination and partnerships within the process. So just very briefly in terms of our mandates, in terms of declarations, SARA is mandated from under Section 27(1) to identify and investigate the declaration of places that could be then declared as national heritage sites. Similarly, so are the PRAs, or the Provincial Heritage Resources Authorities, so also mandated in terms of Section 27(2) to do the same for those places that have significance within a regional context. The legislation is very clear and that it makes provision for anyone to nominate any resource to the relevant authorities. And this is really aimed at communities identifying their own resources and motivating for their protection. And in that, the Heritage Resource Authority may prescribe and stipulate the format and process of for that nomination to take place. And as Simpiwe mentioned earlier, that obviously throughout our process, we need to have a written motivation, must be provided for any decisions that we take, and therefore there needs to be a written motivation for why the place meets a declaration at that level. But also we need to remain consistent within the heritage resource management and procedural principles that are set out within the legislation, but also to be administratively just and in terms of the PAJA Act as well. So just very briefly in terms of where we sit within terms of the nomination. So every nomination that is submitted to a Heritage Resource Authority must be investigated and verified. And objectivity is the key here. Not only do we need to ensure that we are objective, but we need to be seen as being objective as well. When SARA receives a nomination, one of the first things we'll do once the nomination is considered to be a complete nomination, we will then notify the owners if they are different to the nominator, and the relevant provincial heritage authority and the managing authorities. And it's at this point that I want to highlight that the close coordination between the various authorities needs to start. So it is before the formal process of the declaration happens that we need to ensure that we are able to coordinate and partner. And it is here that we would need a national strategy of how nominations can sort of move between authorities is required. So what do I mean by this? And essentially, it's around the assessment process. So an application could come through to either SARA or the Provincial Heritage Authority. I'll take the example of SARA receiving an application or a nomination. SARA must then go through its grade 1 assessment. It will verify the information that is supplied in the nomination and do its assessment. And SARA will only assess it in terms of its grade 1 significance. If it meets grade 1 significance, SARA will then continue the administration of the declaration. However, if it does not meet grade 1 significance, then SARA needs to refer that nomination to the Heritage Authority for the Provincial Heritage Authority to assess the significance of the place in terms of grade 2. The PRA will then assess in terms of grade 2. If it meets the grade 2 criteria, they will proceed with the administration of the declaration. If not, it needs to be able to, the province can then register the resource into their heritage register within the local municipality. And should they receive a nomination directly from the public that they have assessed and could possibly meet grade 1 significance, they must be able to refer it to. This has worked on a number of occasions, and most recently is the one that HWC have submitted, have referred to SARA for the Two Rivers Urban Park nomination in Observatory in Cape Town. So that's sort of the idea of what the coordinated assessment and national strategy is an idea of how it could work. So in this, and because our heritage resources that are declared must represent a collective history in the development of South Africa, and as a group to the story of South Africa's history and redress our history, SARA is in the process of revising the Section 7 grading regulations, and in this is to include a national thematic framework to further refine a well-coordinated grading system that allows for this kind of movement and referrals to take place. SARA did publish grading regulations in 2003. However, these were very broad and did not stipulate further criteria or an effective system. So therefore, the inclusion of the thematic framework it's hoped that the inclusion of the thematic framework will then further assist in assessing the significance within the identified themes, and assist in possibly identifying those unthought of values that the resources may hold, and also to then determine links between the various resources that are declared or that are known or identified. But most importantly, I think through the thematic framework, we can identify gaps in the representativity of our history in the heritage resources that are declared, and thereby also start addressing the transformation of our heritage landscape. So the idea is that SARA will develop a broad national framework that can then be used in the provinces and in the local authorities to be refined to be more specific within their own context. So just in terms of the coordination needs, then further to the Section 7 regulations and ensuring that there's this sort of coordinated assessment structure in place, The formal protection and or the coordination between the authorities. We've seen a lot of benefit that happens when we have coordinated public notification. So, for example, it's not only just when we go into public meetings, but if we're partnered with the relevant provincial departments or the provincial heritage authorities, as well as the relevant municipalities, we can identify the relevant stakeholders that need to be notified a lot more effectively. But also then in terms of ensuring coordinating in terms of the public meetings as well. Then finally, in terms of the management of the into heritage agreements with the entity that is managing the heritage resource, the managing authority. But it's not always possible for this just to sit between SARA and the managing authority. And the province, the PRAs and the provincial departments can also have an interest in these sites, in the use of the sites, as well as the funding of these sites. And so therefore close cooperation in terms of these heritage agreements and the management structures of these resources is essential. Ben mentioned in his presentation this morning the missing tier, and there's been a lot of discussion in the chats about the realities of bringing in the local municipalities and the local municipalities being able to manage the heritage resources. And there was a brief comment in the chat earlier about the IDPs, but really, I think this is an essential place where the municipalities can easily play a role in ensuring the protection and management of a heritage resource, or the formally protected resources within their municipalities, is by ensuring that those protections are recorded in the spatial development frameworks. And then I just thought of very, very briefly just to mention that SARA also has the mandate to declare heritage objects as specifically declared objects or collections. And this is just a very brief overview of the process in terms of that. But what I really wanted to mention here was that for the protection of these objects that SARA may declare, coordination and cooperation with other heritage entities and more specifically museums that can assist in helping out private collectors or collections in privately owned museums where people don't necessarily have the expertise to conserve these heritage objects. And so the cooperation and coordination or partnerships with museums that could possibly train and assist these private individuals or entities that don't have the necessary capacity to develop inventories and conservation assessments, that would greatly assist in ensuring that protection of those collections. And a great example of this is the agreement between the East London Museum and the Walter Sisulu University in preserving the Broster beadwork collection, which was declared. And then, very, very briefly in terms of some of the challenges that we experience, and this is where these partnerships will definitely assist in alleviating these challenges. We will have our internal challenges in organizations, but I'm not going to go into those. More specifically is to highlight the necessity to partner in ensuring proper management and conservation of our heritage resources. And two examples of these could be, for example, Kadachweni, where we have we've got multiple different owners and people managing the site, and we would need to have a coordinated approach to managing the site. But as well as the example of Lake Mandutsi, where ideally the Provincial Heritage Authority is better placed to assist SARA in ensuring the management of that place. And then obviously it's the coordination with the PRAs across the board. And it is improving slowly with in terms of declarations, but it's still very much at an informal level. And so hopefully through the review of Section 7 and the establishment of a grading strategy or grading system, that there will be greater and more formalized coordination between and the PRAs. And hopefully that will give clarity in terms of a national grading criteria that is required. And then in terms of the way forward, just to briefly mention that we are obviously looking to develop this coordinated strategy with the provinces and municipalities through the Section 7 regulations. But we're also SARA is also looking to extend its public notification, its reach in public notification, and we'll be piloting a strategy hopefully sometime this year still. But this is and it will make use. I saw there was a mention of possibly utilizing social media for the work that SARA does. And again, this is a possibility that we could use in extending our public notification. In terms of extending our reach, but further coordination with the partners that are here today will ensure that we extend the reach to the necessary parties that need to be informed of these declarations, and especially the partners that are relevant to those specific declarations. And then also just to mention that in terms of formal, we speak a lot of declarations when we talk about formal protection, but formal protections also extend to the provisional protection, and has been presented earlier on in the week, also towards the protected areas and section 28. So SARA is currently working on those processes as well. Okay, and thank you. That's all I have to say. And I can't see, is Kim in the meeting?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to hand over to Kim now, who will speak to you about the Heritage Inspectorate. Thank you. Over to you, Kim.
Thank you so much, Ms. Walden. Thank you, Chairperson. I believe all protocol has been observed. My name is Kim Ngobeni, and under the Heritage Protection Unit, we get the Heritage Inspectorate side. Next slide, please. The Heritage Inspectorate side was mandated by Section 50. A heritage inspector may at any time inspect work being done under a permit issued in terms of this Act, and may for that purpose at all reasonable times enter any place protected in terms of this Act. Next slide. So our task and responsibilities as heritage inspectors, we undertake planned inspections of declared heritage sites. So these are our national grade 1 sites. We would do annual inspections to the sites to ensure that they are well kept. Any damages to the site, we report all of these challenges, and we respond to complaints and facilitate their resolutions. So we get various complaints, and I'm going to get into more detail on the next slide. And we also facilitate their resolution. We respond to permit contravention, and we also facilitate their resolution. So if there has been a permit that has been issued and we get a complaint that there are contraventions regarding this permit, we are the ones that go on site and inspect and investigate the matter further. We closely work with the South African Police Service to resolve any issues relating to heritage crime matters, and they assist us in so many ways. Heritage Inspector also represents SARA in the Heritage Protection Awareness Programs in partnerships with stakeholders like the National Heritage Council, South African World Heritage Sites Advisory Committee, Freedom Park, and just to mention a few. Next slide. If a heritage inspector suspects any offense, he or she may enter and search any place, premise, vehicle, vessel or craft, and for that purpose stop and detain any vehicle, vessel or craft in or which the heritage inspector believes on reasonable grounds there is evidence relating to that offense. A heritage inspector may inspect the work on site according to the permit issued by SARA. We also issue undertaking notices, contravention notices, and we can seize any work that is being done if we find any contraventions on site. We also issue penalties for contraventions according to the National Heritage Resources Act. Next slide, please. All right, one of the challenges that we are facing 90% of the time relates to burial grounds and graves, which I termed a grave matter. And these are usually graves located on private property. So you might find that you just bought a property and there are graves on site. Now we have to attend to that and see how we can resolve the matter going forward. We have graves that are located on farms, and these are graves that people, they want to go, they are family members, they want to go and perform rituals, and you find that the landowners are skeptical of that procedures and they ask SARA to intervene. So that is where we come in. There are also graves on mines. This we have been dealing with a lot. Graves that are situated on mines and they don't have access. Even if they have access, it's limited due to safety protocols and so forth. And we have my graves at Eskom, Spoornet, and on roads. And there are just so many cases that we deal with on a daily basis. And most of those cases are relating to graves. So we as SARA heritage inspectors would go on site and would check what is actually going on. And we would require documents such as the HIA and other supporting documents to see if all processes were followed. And if we find that there are contraventions on site, that's where we come in, assisted by our legal department, to issue contravention notices and to cease the work, because we find sometimes that graves are really in a bad state. Some have been exhumed, and we really have to intervene and cease the work immediately, because if we don't do that, then the community complains and we find ourselves going to the public protector and other entities because of they feel like we are not doing our work. So once we issue a cease works order, it means the work should stop immediately. So those are our responsibilities as the Heritage Inspectorate Unit. And these are just the few complaints that we've dealt with. The Lake Fundutsi, there was a complaint of net fishing and cutting of wood, and to intervene and find out what exactly is going on. And we had, as I said, we deal with a lot of graves. Those are the Malefa graves that were on the road. And we had to intervene because there's a development and the community felt that they have not been consulted extensively. So we had to intervene. And this is Magoro Hill, where they plan on developing the place by building houses. So the community felt that the chief was not consulted and their graves would be damaged, and they don't know where they are getting this permission to sell off stands so people can start building. So we had to investigate that matter and take it further. And then that is just another picture where we took at Anglo-American mine, where there have been graves that have been exhumed, but they built a memorial and the community didn't feel consulted enough, and they feel like there were no proper procedures and their ancestors were not given the proper dignified service that they wanted. So we had to intervene as well. Next slide. As I said, public participation is a very, very important element of the National Heritage Resources Agency, and it provides the community the opportunity to participate in the identification, the conservation, and management of our heritage. Because of when we consult the public and we do public participations, the community start to understand why we conserve this heritage site, and also they are the custodians of this heritage resources. So they tend to take care of their heritage resources, and if anything happens, they are the ones that can notify SARA of any misconduct going on. So when we are in constant communication with the public, they know that they can come to SARA and we can intervene and assist them accordingly. Thank you. Thank you so much, colleagues.
Thank you, Heidi and Kim. The last presentation is from Clinton. It is the presentation to share with you the project that we undertook as the audit of the statues, monuments, and memorials as part of identifying and knowing exactly what are we talking about when we say we have this many monuments. Now we can say. Clinton, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much to everyone that has joined us here today. So my name is Clinton Jackson. I'm the manager of the National Inventory Unit here at SARA. And I've been asked to present today on the National Audit of Monuments and Memorials that was undertaken earlier this year. So there's already been quite a bit of discussion earlier with regards to the issues of the heritage landscape and how that is actually represented and whether it is representative of the values of a modern South Africa. Now, monuments and memorials, as we know, is quite a visual and tangible method of representation. Within the NARA, monuments and memorials are specifically included within the national estate, and they are afforded protection through those mechanisms. Now, through this call for a review and the transformation of the heritage landscape, any review in terms of monuments and memorials in the public space needs to follow a transparent process, which is grounded in an understanding of what monuments and memorials actually exist within the landscape and what their significance is. This is a process that is made really quite difficult by the lack of a comprehensive inventory of these resources across the country. Now, as SARA, we are required by law to compile and maintain an inventory of the national estate, meaning all heritage resources of cultural significance. And there have been previous attempts at building up an inventory of monuments and memorials across the country. With certain projects in 2003, which looked at the 3 capitals, and then later projects by municipalities and even some provinces. However, these were all quite localized and at times missing vital information. So whilst these early steps were important and provided a good baseline, as SARA, we needed to intervene on a country-wide basis in order to run with a survey aimed specifically at documenting the locations of monuments and memorials with the view to further assess their significance, which is where the National Audit of Monuments and Memorials was born. So the aims of this project was to identify them across the country, photograph and record their locations, capture whatever basic information we are able to in the field, and importantly, provide employment opportunities to unemployed youth as part of the COVID-19 economic stimulus package, and then ultimately to provide a baseline for decision-making within the broader heritage landscape transformation program. Now, this project was made possible through funding from the Presidential Public Employment Stimulus Program, which the presidency instituted in response to the prevailing impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on jobs and livelihoods. This was important as it allowed us to undertake this project, but also brought with it its own set of challenges, as everything that was funded through this project needed to be completed within a 6-month period. We then also had further constraints within the project, as the timeframes were further compressed, and delays in project approvals and budgetary allocations meant that we needed to continuously readjust timelines and strategies, resulting in a final effective period of actually 4 months to undertake a full physical survey of the country for monuments and memorials. So how did we get this done? So firstly, there was a large-scale employment drive, a target of 260 employment opportunities, which were advertised for. There was an intense process of formulation of partnerships with provincial structures in order to facilitate what we're trying to do. Then we needed to develop materials for surveyors, and it also needed to be easy to understand, because the context of the pandemic also prevented ideal opportunities for training and upskilling. There were other questions that needed to be asked as we rolled this out as well. Things like, when we're talking about monuments and memorials, what are we actually talking about? As within the heritage legislation in the NARA, the definition of a monument and memorial speaks only to who paid for it and on what property it is located on. So we needed to tease that out to provide a mechanism to identify these things. And then figure out what type of data needed to be collected. And then ultimately, whatever information that we collected through this project needed to be included within the inventory of the national estate in an effective manner without limiting the time required to deal with things such as data capture, which would then prevent the proper utilization of the 4 months that we had to undertake the survey. So I am aware that we are quite limited in terms of time, so some things I won't go into in detail. But in order to get this done, we took quite a technological approach and instituted and other remote monitoring tools that allowed us to facilitate the collection of data on the ground across the country. So every person that was employed as a surveyor was provided with a cell phone, which had an app that synced back to a central data collection server, which could then be monitored and reviewed as the project went along. So this is just the technologies. If anyone is interested in reading more about this methodology, we have actually published a paper in the International Journal for Spatial Sciences. So there is some information about these out in the public domain if you want to learn more. And this was ultimately the workflow we put into place, which is site capture and a series of reviews with final integration into the inventory of the national estate. So taking this approach allowed us to constantly monitor the quality of data being recorded, see daily progress, and then apply any corrective measures as needed. The short clip over here actually shows the real-time progress of monuments and memorials being recorded across the country as the project went on over the 4-month period. Okay, so really down to the what this presentation is about is the results of this project. So the first boots on the ground and physical recordings of monuments and memorials occurred on the 18th of January of this year, with the final project closeout occurring on the 30th of April. And throughout that time, there was active engagement with recording and people out in the field identifying and recording these resources. In total, we actually managed to employ 268 people. As I said, we had an allocation of 260, but throughout the course of the project, if people left and got other opportunities, we were able to refill those positions. So ultimately resulting in 268 people employed during this project. There was a final recording total of 1,785 resources that were identified and recorded. Then within each province, there was a coordinator that would be reviewing this information and approving or not approving if there were some items that were not monuments and memorials that were recorded, bad recordings, etc. So by the end of April, there were 1,366 monuments and memorials that were approved by the provincial coordinators for inclusion within the national inventory. Now, of course, with that information, we had to undertake a very extensive process of review within June of this year. And as part of that, we assigned each of the recorded resources, survey numbers, and began also the removal of recordings that were outside of the project scope. For example, we had a number of recordings that were approved by the provincial coordinators, but were actually movable objects, were things such as historical buildings, churches. The picture at the top here is of a historic canal, which really falls outside the scope of this. Though I am happy to say that that information wasn't not valuable. It is still very valuable, and we will be retaining it. It would just need to be transferred into a more appropriate location. We also dealt with rationalization of duplicate recordings, where two teams might come past and record the same item on different days, as well as looking at the items which within our national inventory we already had recorded. So rationalizing those records and checking which of those weren't actually recorded during the project. So at the end of all of this, we came out with a final total population of 1,153 monuments and memorials in general that we have tentatively accepted. Within that, there were 162 that we already had records for, but were unfortunately not additionally recorded during this project, and need to be subjected to additional recording for verification purposes. And then there were, of course, 125 additional items which were identified during this project, but require additional work, either additional photography or further expansion of the information that was captured. So after this review process, looking at the scope that we have managed to cover, at the end of it, we have managed to record at least one monument and memorial within 73% of all metropolitan and local municipalities across the country, which is a rather massive undertaking. And the results are showing that these items are primarily located within your metropolitan municipalities, with the city of Cape Town having the highest population, followed by eThekwini and the city of Tshwane. But overall, while there are some gaps within the areas that were recorded within 4 months, I think that the geographical spread was really quite impressive. Okay, I'm not going to speak too much of these, but because we took quite a concerted effort to recording the spatial information of all of these monuments and memorials that were identified, we've been able to produce a series of maps and other visualizations to try and represent this information. So across the country, what you're seeing here is the items in green are the records that were recorded during this project, which were quite easily accepted. And the ones in red are, whilst are accepted, need to be subjected to additional recording. And these are from issues that I noted earlier, such as when recorded in the field, there might be some issues with photography, etc., that needs to be relooked at, as well as those items which we already had records for, but which weren't addressed during this project, as there are quite a number of those that have come to us from other sources. Okay, and then just breaking it down, in terms of what we managed to record, the largest population from a provincial perspective sits within KwaZulu-Natal, followed then by Eastern Cape, Western Cape, and Gauteng. That's kind of the centers where we managed to record the most information. And then these are broken down per province and per local municipalities, so that you can see where these items are actually located. But all of this is available within the final report, so I'm not going to speak to them individually. Okay, but really the important part of this presentation deals with the lessons learned and then the way forward. So firstly, some of the things that we that we learned throughout this project and issues identified was, one, definitions. So I noted earlier that the legal definition of what a monument or memorial is actually quite poor. While we had worked to try and produce more refined definitions to the field teams, there was still quite a great deal of confusion with regards to monuments and memorials as we understand them now, being things such as your statues, your war memorials, etc., versus the national monument terminology. So that resulted in quite a large number of what are now provincial heritage sites or former national monuments being recorded, because there was some confusion around a monument now versus a monument then. So really that is an area that needs to be developed further, providing further definition. What are these things that we are looking at? The skills and training ability to physically provide training to the people that were employed to undertake the physical survey. We attempted to deal with online training through Microsoft Teams. I know within the Free State, there was a good effort to bring everybody together to provide a training session. But any further work in this vein or large-scale survey of this nature, there really needs to be a much larger emphasis on training, as a lot of the issues that we encountered with regards to the data and definitions could be mitigated through a focus on training. Then in terms of intergovernmental communication, we noticed a couple things. So quite a large number of what we recorded was actually quite modern in its origin. Local, provincial, and even national departments have been constructing monuments, memorials, and statues all around the country. But these don't get communicated to the relevant heritage authorities who are meant to be engaging with these matters. So often you would find that the PRA and us as SARA wouldn't know that these things exist, but they've been constructed very recently. And then also there were differences in local capacity and internal policy resulted in the necessity of rather varying operational strategies when dealing with this project. We couldn't take a one-size-fits-all approach with how we would roll this out in each province. Then the approach that we used in terms of our technological interventions through usage of mobile apps, etc., proved to actually be really quite successful. There was some hesitation from some parties initially about using technology as opposed to the pen and paper approach, but it really worked quite well. And we have been approached by other departments as well in terms of lessons learned and how we undertook this, which is a great positive spin-off from this project aside from its initial intentions. Okay, so where to now? Even though all of these sites were physically recorded and we've got photographs, etc., there needs to be a process of verification undertaken by heritage practitioners. As the data that was collected by these teams as this data was collected by teams mostly with limited or first-time exposure to heritage. So they wouldn't have a proper, necessarily an understanding of significance. There were also at times really wobbly translations of things were written in other languages. Then a very important thing, and it's why it's highlighted in red to our prior representatives here, there needs to be a legal adoption of these records into the Provincial Heritage Resources Registers. Monuments and memorials, it's noted in section 37 of the NARA that they are protected in terms of the Heritage Register, section 30. They don't need to be gazetted, but they still need to be adopted. So really, as the provincial authorities, there needs to be an exercise of each province reviewing the data that has been collected and deciding whether they are accepting items that were identified or not even, as there may be some items which do not necessarily fit the mold. And then this would then be included within our annual publication of the summary and analysis of the national estate. There needs to be a process of development of criteria for categorizing the resources. So application or the use of the data that was collected through this project for purposes of transformation of the heritage landscape requires that a well-consulted criteria is developed for determining which of the resources that were identified are considered to actually be part of those affecting the needed transformation. There's the need for further establishing the capacity to conduct ongoing research into these. Tied in with the criteria item, etc., we need to ensure that the information we have is correct and reliable. Now, any decisions that are taken about resources needs to be based on credible information. It needs to be beyond reproach, and we can argue the based on information that is available and properly researched. Something very, very positive from this project was the young people that actually participated and were employed as part of this demonstrated a great appreciation for South African heritage. As I've noted, a lot of them never had exposure to heritage before. And they came out of this project with a new appreciation and understanding, and that capacity needs to be developed. Then, as far as integrated management of these resources is concerned, so this project recorded a significant number of monuments and memorials, and it was, actually, I've already gone over this. It was observed that from the start that some of these were constructed recently, and effective channels of communication and intergovernmental cooperation needs to be in place so that anything new that occurs or is identified is properly reported to the provincial authorities and then through to SARA as well. Just as a final note on that, the numbers that are presented to you within this presentation will of course change based on the process of legal adoption and review as we go along through this project. Then finally, in order to assist with this review, through SARS, we've put together a map interface. So as the provincial authorities, you can navigate to this page, select which province, district municipality and local municipality in order to bring up the list of monuments and memorials that have been identified in order to directly access the information for the purposes of review. From me, thank you very much.
Thank you, Clinton. I see Ben is clapping already. I know he's about to make his call, but I will allow him to do that because I think it fits him too. So there is a question from Dr. Wandile, and it's relating to funding. Ms. Renette, are you able to just comment on that, please? And then we will be on the last item of closing of the session by the chairperson of SARA's ARC, Audit and Risk Committee of the SARA Council. That was the last part of today. Ms. Renette, you're still in the meeting. If you can just comment on Dr. Wandile's question around funding of the scholarships. I don't know if she can hear me. What we will do, Dr. Wandile, we will try and engage with DAC on this specifically and get back to you. May I request that you just write for us your email on the chat and we will be able to provide with the response. Thank you so much. Ben? Or clap. Yeah. Thank you, Ben. I like that last part, so thank you so much. You had to do it, and we've gotten used to it over the past 3 days. So thank you. I would then hand over to Ndate Sello, the chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committee of SARA Council, to close this session for us. Thank you all.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be nominated to give a parting shot for this informative and insightful webinar and seminar. I think the right word there will be seminar. I believe that we initially been informed that the chair of council will do the closure. However, I'm going to go through the message from the desk of chair of council to convey the consolidated vote of thanks from the council represented by the desk of the council and the ARC. Kumi, as a program director, members of staff, council members, our most valued guests, panelists, ladies and gentlemen, I'm feeling very proud to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. I extend a very hearty vote of thanks to all speakers for creating this important webinar and sharing with us such an insightful information and opinions today. In fact, today was the highlight. We really appreciate the enthusiasm, the effort, the tenacity, the preparation that was done, and the presenters themselves. A big thank you to the organizers, to those who worked behind to put this together with the support and guidance of the head of Heritage Resource Management and the team. I must mention our deep sincere appreciation for Mr. Mukheti from the DSEC, Mr. Damuga, CEO of AMAFA, Mr. Mpumlwana of the NHC, Ms. Perigil of Ditso Museums, Mr. Ngini of Salga, Mr. Martin of Heritage Western Cape, and Professor Chirukuri of the University of Cape Town for providing renewed energy and insight into the heritage resource management to us. You have created good spark and gave new insight to think about, and it is really noteworthy and amazing. We are all inspired by your great words. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity to place on record our hearty thanks to our CEO for the perfect logistics support and guidance she has extended to all of us. Well, in the event like this, one cannot assume that they happen overnight. Surely the wheels had started rolling weeks ago, and it requires a bird's eye and a planning for details. We have been fortunate enough to be backed up by the team of very motivated and dedicated colleagues of this entity who know their job and are result-oriented. I cannot thank everyone enough for their hard work to the completion of tasks beyond their comfort zones. At the end, I express my thanks to all on the stage, off the stage, staff that made this grand event. I thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Program Director. Thank you very much.
That brings us to the close of this session. Thank you all. Thank you.